Oh shit, sorry man, I forgot I started the space. My fucking bad. Ah damn, I just woke up so my brain's like all fucking gnarly. Sorry about that. Let me yeah. God, I'm such an idiot. Uh um
I'm excited for this. I hope
what you say?
Panda's still around because Panda was wanting to do this as well.
Wait, say that again?
I said I'm excited for this space. We've been waiting for it, and I want to listen because I haven't even heard this Joe Rogan thing yet. And I hope Panda's still around because he wanted to listen. Was there not some controversy about this interview? Like it didn't go up or it went up and was taken down? I don't exactly remember. I don't know if we lost Logan or not.
Oh man, I was talking on mute again. God damn it. Ah shit. What was I saying? I know I was saying I don't really know about the controversy because like you were saying that like someone said like they were like leaked. The clips from yesterday was like leaked. Is that the controversy?
Is that it? That there was leaked parts? I'm not entirely sure. We need Panda up in here because he was the one who, promoted this idea. I'm sure he knows more than we do.
Man, my brain feels like what Joe Biden's brain probably feels like all the time. Probably.
You had a good nap today. You must have.
Yeah. 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 Hold on. I was gonna play like a this intro. I just discovered it. I made it for like Shane during this one time I was trying to like back Shane up just because like I'm an idiot. Really, is what it boils down to. I'm doing it again, but yeah, I made this like little thing for him, but it's so stupid. But yeah, it's just I don't think anyone's ever really heard this probably. Oh, hold on. I probably got to kick the fucking speaker first. There you go. Voila. Shut up.
Ah, so the League of Shadowy Whispers finally reveals its true nature. lurking in the dark corners of UFO Twitter, their fingers dancing over keyboards like vipers ready to strike. They think their little group chat is invisible, their venomous words dissolving into the void, unseen and unheard. But oh, how wrong they are. They conspire, weaving webs of disdain and mockery for men who dare to question the cosmos. They exchange their petty grievances, fueled by their misguided notions of superiority. Behind those avatars, behind their smug tweets, lies a cabal plotting against us all. Do they think their snide commentary and their whispered schemes can unsettle the likes of me? Pathetic. Let them have their shadows, their quiet rebellion. For while they talk, I act. While they plot, I conquer. Let this be a warning. The skies are my domain, the stars my empire, and no amount of petty intrigue will unseat me. The fragile bonds of trust, so easily shattered, so sweetly weaponized. How blind you all were, basking in your petty squabbles, your laughable alliances on that cesspool you call UFO Twitter. You believed yourselves to be comrades, seekers of truth, united by the mysteries of the cosmos. But in reality, you were nothing more than marks, targets in a game far more devious than your feeble imaginations could comprehend. For months, years even, they've gathered in secret, their fingers dancing across keyboards in a symphony of malice, whispered threads in private group chats, cackling conspiracies in the dead of night, each message another dagger in the back of your fragile egos. The League didn't need weapons, they had words. Oh, and how they wielded them.
So if
Laughing
you
at
can
your
give me a
gullibility,
solid answer to that,
your obsession,
then I'm very pissed off. You're saying screaming curse words top of your lungs? Yes, because I was hosting my show, Logan. I'm sure you didn't do anything, Logan, but your fucking friend Dr. Fred that you're co-hosting did. Right? I was removed from my own space, Logan. Imagine hosting your show and you're removed and you can't come back in. That's what just happened to me. And you think I'm drunk? You think that's why I'm mad? Do I sound like I'm slurring to you? Space, Logan. No. Dr. Fred can suck my fucking nuts. And as far as I'm concerned, you can too, because you are involved with him. Period. Well, I dropped Dr. Fred down, but now he's back again. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. This is war. Unless you come up with any excuse to make it different. I will slander, I will fucking make everything clear about you, and you do the same to me. Because it's war. Both sides have to fight. Are you kidding me right now? I was removed from my own fucking space! My own goddamn place! And I need to be nice about it? Fuck you!
Man, I should really just play that for like every like fucking Twitter Space intro. That's gotta be like a fucking amazing. I fucking love that.
The AI voice is a mixture of like Citizens Dawn and the devil. Remember, like Satan or Lucifer, like remember when you did the devil talking to his dad, and he was like, yeah. Anyway, it sounds like him mixed with like a Citizen Dawn tone, the AI, and then having Shane come in underneath it at the end is perfect there. Yeah.
Man, say what you will about Shane, that guy's a hell of a talent. That guy.
Oh, we got Red Panda in here. Snuggles is also
What up?
speaking now. Hey. Logan finally finished his nap.
You hear Lou did it again, Logan?
He did it again.
Uh-oh.
You're talking about this like the UFO thing, the picture?
Yep.
I knew it was gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick about that thing. That's why I requested to speak. I was just looking around at Google Maps in the Four Corners region where that photo is supposedly taken, and I'm sure tons of other people have been looking around, but right near it is an interesting little building nestled next to a bunch of these irrigation circles or whatever. Raytheon has a building out there. Just thought that was pretty interesting in Navajo land.
Damn, that is interesting. I did the same thing. I was looking on Google Earth, but I couldn't even find like any farming, like those squares that are in the picture. Like I couldn't find any land out near the Four Corners like monument thing or whatever on the map that showed those types of squares. So, but yeah, everything sounds interesting.
Why would he do it?
He's a sick man. That's why. Sick.
He is, right? I feel like that's what it is.
I don't know. Like I said before, why would you be like release something without even having a chance to look at it first yourself? Like that's just my take. If it were me, I'd
This
like be
is
like, hold up, I want to look at it.
This is the same dude who had orbs flying in his house supposedly and didn't take any video of it. And he was like director or not director, whatever, of a government program to look into UFOs, and look at him. He does no due diligence whatsoever.
I can't even imagine. I never understand any of those people that have these experiences where like they're just so they're frequent, right? So like I would just think, well, set up some cameras, right? That's what I would do. Like, if it happened to me all the time, I'd be like, I gotta capture this shit. I would want to see it myself again. Just capture it, you know? Like and also to show people, of course, especially if I had a government job, be like for sure. But I don't get any of those people. They never want to do that for whatever reason. I don't get it.
I DM'd you the audio of the Lou thing.
What do you mean they did the Lou thing?
When he presents the photo.
Oh yeah, dude. By the way, I saw that post that you made about like you replaced like the picture with something else. How did you do that? Was that just in Kling? On with their little like multi-element thing? You can
No,
just
I
like
think I just did that on Canva and then I added it to Kling.
Oh, okay.
It is a lenticular object, and when you look at the shadow being cast, it is significantly large. It's an altitude of 21,000 feet. Taken by a civilian pilot. Now, why is this important? I'll hold another copy for you. You're finished as well. That's on down to them. This is taken from a civilian pilot. Right? Not a FLIR system, not an infrared system, but an average person with an average camera, 21,000 feet. And the object potentially is anywhere between 600 to 1,000 feet in diameter. It's a lenticular object, and it is silver. Now, I cannot vouch for the veracity of this photograph. I didn't take it. But this is an example of one of many, many, many incidents involving commercial and private pilots. And guess what? They don't know where to report it. Guess what? Congress has no idea that this is happening on a regular basis. That's a problem. Right? Not a FLIR system, not an infrared system, but an average person with an average camera at 21,000 feet. And the object potentially is anywhere between 600 to 1,000 feet in diameter.
Did you know how big that would be? That would be like that's massive. And he what?
That's what I was thinking too. Like it'd be giant. Like other people would, you know what I mean? Even in the bumfuck nowhere.
That would be the mothership of fucking motherships, dude. Fucking yeah.
Well, and see, and that's what I gotta drop down in a minute because I'm gonna go walk my dogs. But that's what I was saying is if the pilot was at 21,000 feet and the ship is this big, and then we see they said AI said that it would have had to be at high noon in order to have the shadow at that angle. So it's like it's math. All you have to do is like 21,000 feet is the pilot. How big is the thing, and then like how far off the ground would it have to be in order to get that type of shadow? And then, like, I don't know, it should be computable, right? Like, you just have to break down the math of what the fuck you think you're looking at. And it's very unlikely, I think, is what we walked away saying, is that it's like authentic. Very unlikely an authentic picture, but I don't know. I'm not.
He even said, like, I can't vouch for it, and that he just got it today or whatever, approved. Like, why even do it? You know what I mean? Like, he knows, like, what, like...
Well, I'm no professional picture, like, judger or nothing, but just based off what it looks like to me, it looks like farmland and a tractor circle. But that's just my own take, right?
Yeah. God. Imagine
Especially
if he
after
thought,
Chandelier, dude.
why did he think that was like...
It has to be on purpose, right?
It's a
I
total
don't
apple
know.
juice moment.
It's mind-boggling. His gumption, I'll give him that. Not for investigating anything, but for talking in public, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so should we start her up?
Really quick, why was Anna Polina Luna looking at Eric Davis like that, though?
Wait, what?
Dude.
The eyes she was giving him were just like, whoa.
Telling you, dude, it's the Scientology powers.
I just thought maybe she was just like uncomfortable and didn't like know where else to look. Maybe I don't know. That's what I was telling myself anyway.
Have you seen the Christine Freeland lady up here in Canada? Like, Justin Trudeau would be talking and she'd just be like nodding behind him like she's some telepathic like medium in between him and the machine or something. It was wild. It was, yeah, check that out sometime.
Like Anna
Probably.
Polina Luna's like, I'm gonna ride that mustache to Disclosure Town. Like, I'm sitting here getting super high this morning, watching clips. I'm like, what is she doing?
Dude, also his forehead. You notice how his forehead moves when he talks? I've never seen anyone's forehead do that before.
I bet yours does it.
No, now I have to go look.
It does this like weird suction cup thing where like it shoots back up and down like a weird, really
What the
strange.
fuck?
I've never seen anyone's forehead move like that.
You
It's
are
really
so
bizarre.
judgmental, Logan. Oh my gosh.
That's so good.
Oh, and then, I don't know if you saw my post, but guess what they don't mention at all in this Rogan thing?
I know. We know, yeah.
What is
Outlaw
0.1?
physics.
Well, that too, but Scientology. And there's points where they should, in my opinion, and I'll say it when we get to it. There's points when he's like talking about Scientology without saying it. Yeah.
It's because they're both Scientologists. That's why, isn't it?
Classified physics, man. I want to hear about the classified you can't classify science, motherfucker. Someone else is going to find it. And they're going to leak it because you can't hide science. It's out there for everyone to discover, right?
Because it's war. Both sides have to fight. Are you kidding me right now? I was removed from my own fucking space.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right. Now, hey, what's happening?
Oh, lots happening.
A
really,
lot.
a lot.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited to talk to you. I've been thinking about nothing but that since that dinner that we had a few months ago.
Oh, yes.
Thinking about it a lot.
Yeah.
You told me a lot of crazy stuff. So
yeah, well, it just seems like that's been my thing in life. It's get involved. Well, actually, I began early on. I was, a it just seems like that's been my thing in life. It's get involved in the crazy stuff, no matter where it comes from.
when did that start? When did you start getting involved in the crazy stuff?
Well, actually, I began early on. I was, a ham radio operator as a teenager, and I went to vocational school. I didn't think I'd ever go to college or whatever, but I got all involved in learning about radio, transmission and all that kind of stuff. So I finally decided, I'm going to go to college and concentrate on electrical engineering and physics and all that kind of stuff. But the weird stuff actually began kind of by absolute accident. At the time, I was involved at Stanford University getting my PhD. I was just doing cool things. I'd invented a broadly tunable infrared laser, one of the first of its kind, even got a patent as a graduate student.
Wow.
And co-authored with my thesis advisor textbook, graduate level textbook, Fundamentals of Quantum Electronics, published in English, French, Russian, and Chinese. So I was on a cool roll, just doing the normal physics kinds of things. But interestingly enough, once I was there writing a graduate level textbook, I realized, there's something I don't know. And that is, what about consciousness? What about living things? I mean, is it still just atoms and molecules all the way down? We just don't know about it? Or are there some additional fields or whatever? So it turned out I came across some publications by a polygraph expert who taught polygraph to the CIA and FBI and so on. And one day on a lark, he connected his polygraph up to his plants. And he saw signals coming out that looked like what you see out of people. And then he decided to threaten the plant like he would a person, and he got a big response.
Whoa.
And so he then
So
went
that
on
experiment
to connect
L. Ron
up a
Hubbard
couple of
did
plants to polygraphs.
in like
and he would find
57
if he
and CIA
affected
did in like 63. Even polygraph, I feel like, is like code word for fucking whatchamacallit, auditing, the auditing thing.
I think you got cut off in the beginning of there, what you were saying. Say that one more time.
That plant thing is an experiment that L. Ron Hubbard did like 1957 or 59, and then someone in the CIA did it in like 63. But I don't think he names them, but that was one where I was like, oh, he's dancing around what he was really doing during those years. Because remember, we've heard all these different stories that he was sent there by the CIA to Scientology to get their tech, that he was all about it, but he doesn't even say any version of that.
That whole plant thing is weird. Like they had like a plant finger a guy for a murder. I hear. The plant was like they had like some like suspects like walk past the plant, and like if the plant like got like nervous or whatever, they're like that's the guy or whatever, right? It's pretty smart.
Mm.
One, the other one would respond. So I thought, okay, well, maybe this is some new fields that we don't include in our physics. So I came up with what, for me, was just a pure physics experiment. I was going to grow some algae culture, split it up, put half of it at a laser link site far away, and zap the local culture and see if it responded. And I could measure velocity propagation and so on. So I sent that off to this polygraph guy, Cleve Baxter is his name. And so he said, well, that'd be a cool experiment. Well, here's one of these things where your life takes a left-hand turn totally at random. He goes to a cocktail party in New York City. And there he runs into Ingo Swann, who turned out to be so-called psychic, famous artist, but fellow that did remote viewings, so-called. And so he invited him over to his lab and said, see if he could affect the plants and so on. While he was there, he saw my write-up about the experiment I proposed, which for me is just a pure physics experiment. And so he then wrote me a letter and said, well, if you're interested in the borderline between animate and inanimate physics, why deal with algae culture? They can't tell you anything. You should be dealing with somebody like me. Wow. I mean, I couldn't care less about dealing with, quote, a psychic or whatever. But attached to his letter, he had a big report that had been generated at City College in New York, where he'd done some experiments where he would raise and lower the temperatures of sensitive temperature measuring devices across the lab. And so I read that and I said, well, that's pretty interesting. So just on a lark, by this time I'd headed over to Stanford Research Institute to do my laser work. So anyway, I invited him for, a weekend just to see what else he could do. And of course, I talked to all my physics colleagues and said, "Oh my God, these guys are all frauds and charlatans. You better know what you're doing." Well, it turns out that I had a great experiment for him, because we had an experiment set up at Stanford that was a very sensitive quantum chip inside of electrical shielding, inside of magnetic shielding, inside of superconducting shielding, completely acoustically isolated from the environment. No way anything on the outside could affect that little chip. They were only looking for quarks and stuff like that. So anyway, I brought him over to the lab. I said, "Remember that thing you did with the thermistors there at City College in New York? Well, this is sort of that, like that on steroids." And so he said, "Okay, well, I'll see what I can do." Well, it turned out he generated all kinds of signals in that little quantum chip. And of course, the graduate student whose life depended on this not being, affected by anything outside, said, "Well, maybe there's some bubbles in the hydrogen line or something." But no, he was able to do it. But what was most interesting was that I asked him, "Well, how'd you know what to do?" He said, "Well, I didn't know what to do, so I just looked inside through all this shielding." And he drew a diagram of what was inside there that had never been published. And he said, "Well, this is when I put my attention on it, that just happened by accident."
So he drew an accurate diagram
Drew
of
an
all
accurate-
the shielding that you had around this
And-
equipment.
And the little quantum chip and its circuitry deep inside.
And when you say he was able to affect something, what in particular was he able to affect?
Well, in general, there was a big oscillating signal coming out of the thing that ran about 30 seconds or so. And then when he affected it, it just stopped oscillating. And then he said, "You want me to do something else?" And then he made it oscillate fast. And that's when when the graduate students sort of went berserko. And so I said, wait, let me see what's wrong here. And he couldn't find anything wrong. So I said, "Well, I'm sure that was just some kind of coincidental glitch." And he did it again. And so he said,
So
"Okay."
he's doing it exactly when he's saying he's going to do it.
Exactly when he said he's going to do it. But anyway, the reason I'm trying to get around to answering your question was that I then wrote this up and circulated around to other physicists. And pretty soon the CIA come landing on my doorstep and said, "Oh, have we been looking for you?" And I said, "No, why?" Yeah. Well, they looked in my background. They saw that I had, between my master's degree and PhD, I'd been a naval intelligence officer at the National Security Agency. I had lots of high-level clearances. And he said, "We have a problem." And they plopped a big report down on the desk about like that and said, "Look, the Russians has been spending millions of dollars at their best institutes trying to use ESP for espionage purposes. And we don't know how to evaluate it. I mean, no scientist in America even believes there is such a thing. And yet you did this experiment and it looked like this guy could actually get inside this device and describe it and affect it. And here you're at SRI. We have lots of black projects here anyway. So we'd like to check him out. Can you bring him back and let us come and do some experiments with him?" And by the way, we're hoping that we'll find this is just all BS and we don't have to think about it, and that'll be the end of that. So anyway, brought him back. They spent a day hiding things in the boxes and envelopes, and he would describe what was inside. And they were totally blown away. So they said, "Okay, would like to give you a little project here. I know 50 or 60K and see what else he can do." So anyway, that's how I got started on doing, quote, weird stuff. And so as that many would know, that project ended up being very productive, and it went over more than 20 years and so on, highly classified level. And well, maybe we'll get to that separately because I think the UAP stuff is kind of more interesting to start with. But anyway, that's how I got started in weird physics, you might call it. And then sort of like in Ghostbusters, well, if you got some difficult problem. Who are you going to call?
Hal Puthoff.
And there I am.
So what other things did you do with Ingo? So he was able to affect the oscillations. So
able to affect the oscillations.
So he had some sort of an ability. Did he describe, first of all, like what this ability was, how he perceived it?
Hey, Direct, if at any time you want to say something, or I guess really just anybody, just put your hand up and I'll pause the video. So just a heads up.
Oh, no.
He
it's
said that
fine.
for some reason,
I'm
starting
just
when he was
listening, and I'm posting a couple things in the comments.
Okay, cool. No worries. Either way.
a little kid, he would, try to focus on some news item or whatever, and he'd suddenly get some kind of picture in his mind about what was going on, and later he would check it out, and it turned out to be correct. So he just said, he
stumbled upon remote viewing.
them, right?
But remote viewing and then being able to interact with the equipment and change the oscillation seems very different, right?
It is very different, and as we might discuss later, I've got some ideas about, what some of the quantum mechanisms might be involved in that. But anyway, as far as the CIA was concerned, they were most interested in this ability to see through shielding. And they said, does that mean if we have all kinds of classified documents in a superconducting safe, the Russians might be able to, reach in and see them? And so that's what they were most worried about. And so anyway,
did you find that to be true?
That started a whole program when we found out that it was true, that we started out doing what you would think, just hiding things in the next room, and can you describe them and stuff like that. And but then he got bored. He says, well, if you want to know what's in the next room, go look. If you want to know what's in the envelope or the box, open it up. He said, so he said, well, what do you have in mind? He said, well, just send somebody out into the San Francisco Bay Area, and I'll describe where they are. And so that's how what we call remote viewing program got started. We started doing experiments, which I gotta say, I resisted this stuff every inch along the way, because as a physicist, I had no idea how this could possibly be. But nonetheless, we began working with him. Our lab director, who's always concerned about, was this some kind of hoax between the subjects and the experimenters? And he'd make up a long list and store them in his safe, and we'd go get an envelope out of the safe, leave SRI, drive to wherever the envelope said, and he would give a description. That's how that whole program got started.
When you are experiencing this and you're initially very skeptical and you start seeing these results, what kind of a shift does that have in your worldview?
It was very challenging, I gotta say, because as a physicist and as a quantum physicist, where I've written equations for all kinds of interactions, I had no clue how anything like this could possibly be. And I'll be honest, I still don't really have a clue about exactly what's going on, other than consciousness seems to be expandable out into the environment in a way that we don't usually consider could possibly be the case. There are people who get into meditation and all that kind of stuff, but none of that was in my background. So I just found this a challenge, and it was only that the CIA was paying us to look into this that I kept going the next step, resisting every inch along the way. To give you an example, along the way, there was a little bit of PR in the newspapers about our experiments. So we began getting people calling in and saying, well, I have some of that ability too, and whatever. And so one of the people that came along that way was Pat Price. He was ex-police commissioner of Burbank. And he said, when we were solving crimes, I would get an image of where the culprit might be hiding, and it would turn out to be correct. So maybe I have some of this ability. Well, I had no reason.
Another Scientologist, by the way.
That, but it turned out that right at that moment, we were being challenged by the CIA to prove this wasn't just some kind of a hoax between the experimenters and the subjects. And so they came up with coordinates, because there's
Where was it, Rogan?
No, not for me. It was good, but yeah, I think where we are in the timeline, all three people mentioned were Scientologists: Ingo Swann, Pat Price, and Hal.
as it turns out, when we sent people out to a site and Ingo or somebody else had to describe it, they would describe not only the site as being observed by the outbound person, but also what was inside the building and what was on top of the building. So we suddenly realized, okay, that person is just a beacon. It's not that he's sending something back telepathically. So once we realized that, Ingo Swann, in his never-ending challenge, said, well, just give me coordinates, latitude and longitude in degrees, minutes, and seconds. And I'll look wherever that is and tell you what I find. So in fact, okay, I found that hard to believe also, but we did a lot of experiments and started targeting on things. Anyway, Pat Price shows up. We do some local experiments, and he's doing very well as well. And so, again, our CIA contract monitors were worried that there's some kind of, trickery. And so they came up with coordinates of what turns out to be right next to Sugar Grove facility, which is a highly classified NSA facility picking up Soviet satellite transmissions. So I had no idea what it was. I mean, we always kept ourselves blind to what the target was, so no one could say we just gave them the data. So Pat Price decided to follow our instructions and go to those coordinates and say what he says. And so he describes this place. But as part of that, what he does is he says that he merged his mind, whatever you want to say, into a safe, and a whole bunch of words popped up into his mind. So he gave this whole list of words. Okay, fine. So he wrote them all down, set them off. Pretty soon, the entire law enforcement apparatus of the country landed on us and said, how'd you get this information? This is highly classified project titles. Do you have a source inside? And no, we're just doing this experiment, and that's what he got. And so eventually, 20 years later, you can find the paper that was published by the CIA about what a deal this was. And so anyway, at that time, we were at a point where we were about ready to get the next year's contract. And we had a deputy director, John McMahon, said, okay, well, let's not waste it on our sites, for God's sakes. Do a Soviet site. And so they gave us coordinates of a Soviet site. Turned out to be an R&D facility at Semipalatinsk in the Soviet Union. And so we targeted Price on that. He turned out to be a good remote viewer, along with Ingo Swann. And he described this giant crane that rolled over the top of a building. And I mean, it sounded like science fiction. I mean, I've got some examples here of the drawings of that. And so it turned out that from satellite imagery, what he drew was correct. And so that finally started, okay, this stuff is real. It can be used. Let's go to work with it. So that's what started the whole, you might say, espionage-oriented SRI program on remote viewing. It went for, I don't know, like 23 years or so.
What are the meetings like when you're explaining this to the CIA and you're showing them results, and you've got these, hard-nosed individuals who are pretty rational,
right,
trying to figure out what you're saying? This episode is brought to you by Visible. Now I tend to go down a lot of rabbit hole. Wireless, the medium switch plan, the terms
to work. Basically,
.com for plan features and network management details.
There are really basically two levels of response. For example, some of the early work when we went to brief, We had 10 or 12 people, and we're talking about the work. Pretty soon, a guy in the back of the room jumps up and he says, "I know what this is. This is some kind of psyop test of our gullibility. And I want you to know, whoever's, putting this out, I'm not buying it." And he stormed out of the room. So that was one response. But there's a second response we got, which turned out to be interesting. At a certain point, after we had done a number of years of successful work in doing the remote viewing, we had to keep briefing higher and higher, as you can imagine. I hated briefing higher, because if you brief a high-level guy and he says, "Oh, come on, this is nonsense, this is BS," and, that's the end of your programs. So I got it up to a point where, for example, I briefed Bill Casey, who was director of CIA under Reagan, and we had 45 minutes with him. And so I went through stuff like I've been describing for 45 minutes. He got so entranced with it that he dismissed the rest of his afternoon calendar, and we spent 5 hours briefing him on that. So there was this funny thing where a certain level of people would just, this can't be. And then really high level people seem to be more open to it. So actually we came up with a hypothesis, and that is, okay, people who make it to the top of the food chain might be people who at some level inside themselves are, they're always making decisions based on insufficient information, and they end up making the right decision. That's how they got to where they are. So maybe this is some aspect that's at least at the unconscious level happening all the time. Well, that finally got put to a test, because there were some parapsychologists who did some experiments with a meeting of CEOs of, I think it was 67 CEOs of major corporations, and had them try to guess the numbers that were going to be generated on a computer the next day. And so they did that. And it turned out that those who scored quite positively, significantly so, when we interviewed them, it turned out they were the people who had the businesses that were really doing well. And the people who scored poorly had businesses that were kind of failing. So these investigators would ask them, well, what are you using? Do you use ESP or something? Do you have some glint of the future? He said, no, I don't believe any of that nonsense. But I realize that when I trust my gut instinct, I'm usually right. So anyway, that sort of leads to the idea that this is a broadly available phenomenon that,
Do you think this is an emerging aspect of human consciousness, or do you think that this is something that maybe we developed a long time ago but lost because of communication, because of the written word, because of our ability to express ourselves, that we stopped communicating with the mind?
I think your second interpretation is the correct one, because probably, when you're out in the jungle and there's a tiger coming down the trail that you don't know about quite, it would be a thing that could really help you exist and survive. But once we get into language and technology and so on, that sort of, nonetheless, we found, I'll tell you what was the most mind-boggling thing in the whole program was the following. We had a few people who did really well. So, of course, CIA wanted to know, well, we'd like to find people in CIA who could do this. So give us a full medical roundup of these people. So we got a full medical, including 7-layer brain scans. And they came back and said, well, these are just normal people. So, well, maybe it's psychological or neurological or whatever. So they did all those experiments, and they said, these are just normal people. So we wondered, well, does that mean that normal people could do this, even if they didn't know about it? So about that time.
Oh, Logan, real quick, I'm going to
we
hop
said,
off for
okay,
1 second.
well,
I think
let's
King
just
Wakata is having a space. They're usually pretty sharp, but I'll be back. PRB.
bring in some people from SRI labs who never thought about ESP, who never thought about any of this stuff. So I remember we had a woman, Hella Hamid, and we asked her to come volunteer for an experiment. She said, "What kind of experiment?" I said, "Well, it's sort of like an ESP experiment." And she says, "Oh, give me a break. I don't believe in that stuff." And I said, "Okay, but do it anyway." And so one of the first experiments we did with her, and we have a wonderful diagram of what she did. We sent somebody out by our usual random protocol to a overpass over a freeway that's all fenced in with a very interesting structure. And she made a drawing of all of that and said, there's this kind of trough up in the air, but it's got holes in it, so it couldn't carry water. There's something going by really fast. I mean, she really nailed the place. And so we got the idea, and that was the biggest discovery in this whole thing, was that apparently, as with, say, athletic ability or musical ability, there's a bell curve. And you got superstars at one end, you got duds at the other. Anybody could do it. So that had a lot of outcome later on in the program when finally, well, to give an example of a real world result, a Soviet plane went down somewhere in Africa. That's all we knew. Somewhere in Africa, a plane went down. So Stansfield Turner, who was Carter's CIA director, knew about our remote viewing program. And so he said, well, you've got these, quote, remote viewers are supposed to be so good. Why don't they find the plane for you? So in fact, we had a remote viewer at our lab. And at that time, we were working with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Foreign Technology Division. They had a remote viewer. So we targeted these two remote viewers. All they knew was the plane went down somewhere in Africa, hundreds of thousands of square miles. And make long story short, they described how it looked and put an X on the map that was 3 miles from where the plane landed. We were told that would never be revealed to the public. But it turned out that after Carter got out of office, he was giving a speech in Georgia someplace. And somebody said, well, anything happened while you were president that was really strange? He said, oh, yeah, the Soviet plane went down in Africa and it was full of electronics and we wanted to get it and nobody knew where it was and satellites couldn't find it because of all the vegetation. But we had some remote viewers, so-called, and they pinpointed where it was, and we went in and got it before the Russians could find it. So, I mean, the real world consequences came out of this stuff.
So when Carter said that, was that a breach of confidence?
That was a breach of security, but a president can...
They're allowed to do
They're
that?
allowed to do that.
Don't tell Trump.
Right.
So you, the United States was able to go and get this jet. And
right.
So by then,
Tu-22 bomber, I think it was. Yeah.
So this has real world uses. So this remote viewing. So
right.
Do they invest more time and more effort into this now? Or they're still skeptics?
Well, we pretty much handle the skeptical problem. And let me give you an example. I mean, as we're churning out these results, as you can imagine, anybody, didn't have direct knowledge of this would be skeptical, and rightly so, by the way. I mean, I was skeptical every inch along the way as we plowed our way into this stuff. So one day, a guy shows up from CIA and says, okay, I'm here to find out what the fraud is. I'm sure this is absolute nonsense. So I said, okay, fine. So show me one of your experiments. So, we put him in the lab with an interviewer and another and a remote viewer. And in this case, I'm sent out someplace for 30 minutes. And it turns out that the remote viewer described it really well. And he said, well, you probably told him where you're going to go. Let's do another experiment. And I'm going to go. And we'll go in my car because you might have had a, transmitter in your car transmitting where you're going. So I'm going to pick the site. So we do another experiment, get a great result. So Finally, he says, well, I got to figure out what's wrong with this. So my colleague, Russell Targ, and I sat down and said, no, this guy's a hard case, but we got the bell curve. Who knows? Maybe somewhere in the middle of the bell curve. So he comes in the next day and we say, okay, today you're going to be the remote viewer. And he said, oh, give me a break. I don't believe in this BS. He said it much more strongly than that, actually. And so, no, okay, well, just try it. You'll see we're not stressing him out and whatever. And he says, okay. And when you go to your place, I want you to take pictures and do a recording. And when you come back, show me your stuff before I show you mine. Okay, fine. Well, it turned out we went to a playground with a merry-go-round. Meanwhile, back in the lab, he's drawing a picture of a playground with a merry-go-round. And he sees the results and he says, okay, you've convinced me. So it was that kind of thing that would push him over. Yeah, there's an example. Now, he misinterpreted what it was. He thought maybe it was a cupula or whatever. But anyway, that's his drawing on the right, and that's where we were on the left. And so he said, so he went back to CIA and said, okay, this stuff really works. And he became one of their star remote viewers over the years.
Wow. So a skeptic became one of their remote viewers.
Yep, sure did.
What is the process? What is the process for a person to remote view? Like, is there a state that you have to go into? Is there a method to getting into that state?
There is a method, and it's different from what you might think. You might think you would say to somebody, okay, we've got somebody to decide, kind of imagine where they are and see what it looks like and tell us what you find and all that kind of stuff. They're usually wrong when they do that because their imagination comes into play and they make up something or whatever. But what we found out in the research, it took years and a lot of trials, is that you get a visceral response to a site. It's not that you necessarily get an image. So in fact, we told them, if you get an image, just put it down the right-hand side of the paper because it's probably wrong. Instead, just kind of put down your feelings as you get into the site. And so, if it's like water, they might do waves, or if it's a mountain peak, they might, as Jacques described in one of your previous broadcasts, a mountain peak, and they just feel like drawing something like that. So bit by bit, the process is very much a visceral feeling process. And so the training procedure has them sitting with pads of paper and just making sketches and drawings and not trying to interpret what it is. And also being very not in a rush about it. It's sort of like you've got a door and you drill a hole through and then drill another hole through and another hole through. And then finally the door crumbles. And then you've got a pretty good feeling for what the site is. So the process that we use to train people involves this multi-stage process where they're to go by feelings, colors, flashes of things. You see a flash, a piece of metal, don't try to turn it into a car or a bicycle or whatever. So anyway, there's a whole training procedure that we developed. And eventually when we briefed the assistant chief of staff for intelligence, assistant director of intelligence for the Army, they said, okay, well, then we need to have our people get involved in learning how to do this. And so they sent Army intelligence officers. They picked out a bunch of them and said, hey, you've just volunteered to become a psychic spy. And say, well, okay. And they sent them out to SRI, and we ran them through this step-by-step training procedure. And they learned to do really, really well. I mean, Joe McMoneagle, who anyone who follows the literature is known to be really an excellent remote viewer. And so I'll give you an example. One time he said, I mean, we trained them and so they learned to do really well. We set up a whole program. And he said, okay, there's this site in the Soviet Union, and they're making this unbelievably giant submarine. And it's made out of titanium or something. I mean, it's bigger than any submarine that anybody's ever heard of. And it's strange because the missile silos are on the top rather than along the sides. And so I give this whole description. Of course, we had to, at that time, we were briefing all the way up to National Security Council. And so they looked at this. This is nonsense. But about a month later, out rolls this unbelievably giant submarine, the Typhoon class submarine, the largest submarine ever made. Indeed, there are his sketches and a lot of description that went along with his sketches. And there's a submarine on the right. And so finally, the people at the National Security Council said, okay, we better start taking this seriously. So make a long story short, Joe McMoneagle got a National Merit Award for over 200 great viewings he did for CIA, National Security Council, FBI, I mean, you name it. So anyway, that grew into a whole industry.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. If you're anything like me, you love your dog. You want what's best for your furry pal, but figuring out what that is can be a real headache. There's a lot of misinformation out there, especially around dog food. Take kibble, for example. Almost everyone has probably fed their dog kibble at some point. But if you do a little digging, you may find out how ultra-processed it is. Luckily, there's a better option for you out there. Real food from people who care about
Logan, I
what
see
goes
that
into your
Red
dog's
is back.
body.
Maybe he
Like the
wants to come up to
Farmer's
speak.
Dog. They make fresh food that's so simple. No magical or miracle recipes, just meat and vegetables, lightly cooked, complete and balanced
Yeah, I like what he's
for
saying
your
about
dog's
the
needs.
visceral
And it's all
reaction.
developed by board
That
certified
kinda
Yeah, we can have a
nutritionists
little
with the
pause for a
same
minute, maybe,
safety
Logan.
standards as our
Yeah.
Do you
food.
fall asleep right
When
now?
you make the switch, you'll
I
see
mean,
a
that's
massive impact.
probably the best I've heard about somebody explain.
What? I didn't fall
Oh
asleep.
shit.
I like the fact that a skeptic became, an actual part of it.
It's a little sus to me. It's like, maybe I'll just
Yeah,
wire
you're a little
tap.
sus.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I was over here thinking I'm sleeping or whatever.
I never accused you of that. It was someone else. This time. I have in the past. Don't get me wrong. But this time it wasn't me.
I confess I was sleeping, but so what?
God damn it, I knew it and I didn't say.
Wasn't somebody going to say something?
Yeah,
How's King Wakata?
I see Lou Angeles. Oh yeah, by the way, how was it? Your thing, the King Wakata's thing?
Good. Hopefully he has a hearing on like what the 15th or something, and then hopefully he'll be back soon.
What he said? Like they're gonna I don't know, do what? I guess you know.
Have a court hearing. It just keeps getting like delayed.
About what?
About his involvement in said crime, which is, as the way he's saying it, is zero.
Ooh.
See, I always get a feeling of something and try to turn it into something, and I know that's a problem because I have way too good of an imagination. That's terrible if you want to be, psychic remote viewing, because you have to get yourself out of the way. But a good skeptic has already started to do that, so they make really, if you can get an excellent skeptic to try some of this stuff, it could blow their whole world open.
I'm just a little sus that like he started his remote viewing career with those guys. Like I feel like not that there's a problem with that, but I feel like it adds authenticity if there's people that remote view from all around the world and you create like a team where it's independently developed instead of like one niche thing that only ever had like one guy doing it. I'm not trying to come down hard on anyone because like there has to be a first time for everything, including this type of stuff. So I realize that, but I would have liked to see more variety, I guess, is all like variety of people from different places outside that country, your guys' country, and from all around the world coming together. I would be happy with that. I know I got a high bar. I'm sorry.
You know what? This I heard super cool. Bah.
How many years? Yeah.
I'm
Shmadi Dutanka. Obachi.
Descendant of gibberish.
Dude, those slides, the slides from the thing, right? Remember they had like this, like the Stonehenge on the moon and shit. They had all those like pictures, right? Like those are pretty cool, right? Weren't they? Like what were those pictures of?
I honestly need to go back and rewatch part of it.
You know what's interesting though is I shared this a while back, but I was using some prompts with Midjourney, and the moment I added in crystal towers, then it changed it from a place on Earth to a moon colony, and that's the only thing I put was crystal towers. And that's fascinating how Midjourney has that built in. Like that's a descriptor for a moon colony and nowhere else.
It can help your dogs be healthier, happier, and more energetic. And unlike kibble, which comes in a giant bag with vague serving suggestions, the farmer's dog food is delivered and maintain their eye. Look, no one, doesn't matter how old your dog. So try the farmer's dog today. You can get 50%
In 1971,
off
Hal
your first
Puthoff
box
was one of
fresh
300 OT7s in the world.
They only like allow you to have like up to 300 or something.
No, that's just how like kind of small I guess it was at that time.
What's a OT7?
Just like on their skill tree. Yeah. Pretty high up. I think at the time it might have even been the highest.
Well, you know what? I just made one for the Godhead, okay? He's a 0 on it. I'm 7. Fuck him. I don't like these little systems, man.
healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only.
Applicable.
Dude, you know it's rugging like a little bit for me. Is it doing
No,
that for
it's
you
coming
too?
through smooth over here.
I just keep hearing a dog commercial.
Really?
I keep hearing pandas.
Okay.
Woof, woof.
So this is still kind of a mystery even to you. Even someone who has studied this for this long, you know that it works, but you're not exactly sure how it's working. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. I mean, when we, as physicists, we hate to say, oh, don't have a clue. So, well, we now know there's so-called quantum entanglement, which is that things seem to be connected at a quantum level across great distances. And so the easy answer is, well, it must be quantum entanglement, but that's just words. It doesn't really tell us how it works. But to give you an example, we wondered how far you could go. So we did an experiment again with Ingo Swann, who was such a really top level remote viewer, to view Jupiter, planet Jupiter, before the flyby, before the NASA flyby. And so he did, and he described Jupiter the way anybody might, red spot and all that kind of stuff. But he said, but there's a thin ring around Jupiter. I wonder if I went to Saturn by mistake, but I really see a ring around Jupiter. Nobody knew about any ring around Jupiter. Carl Sagan happened to come by in the lab. He said, "Oh, what do you think of this? We got this result." He said, "Ring around Jupiter. That's nonsense. There's no." But when the NASA flyby finally got there, it turned out there was a ring, small ring around Jupiter, and so we got that in publication in a book we wrote about all this stuff before it was known in the scientific community. So that's what we find out, that apparently even distances is not a big deal. The other thing we wondered, I can tell you what it isn't.
Okay.
We thought maybe it was brainwaves. The Russians came up with an idea of, well, brainwaves, low frequency, long wavelength, they can seemingly get through some aspects of the environment. So we came up with a series of experiments, and one of them was, okay, let's put our remote viewers on submarines, take them to the into the depths of the ocean, because it turns out seawater is highly conductive. And so even at low frequencies, even at brainwave frequencies, it would be a complete shield for that. So we piggybacked on somebody else's experiments, Stephen Schwartz's experiments using remote viewers to go find archaeological wrecks and shipwrecks and so on, which turned out to eventually be a successful experiment. But anyway, we got to do 2 experiments. We got pristine results, even with them under the ocean water. So we know it's not ordinary electromagnetic functioning. So we can strike one thing off the list. Not that we know what to put on the list in its place, other than, it's got to be some new field, some quantum aspect that we don't understand yet.
We don't understand, but yet you could repeat it.
But we could repeat it.
Wow.
Now, I'll give you another example of the skepticism that we got, and by the way, I can't blame them. We had some psychologists at SRI, and they said, "You've got that stupid ESP experiment stuff going on, and this is going to ruin our reputation. People think that we're a nonsense place, and so it's hurting our reputation." Of course, they didn't know it was a highly classified CIA program. So anyway, so our director said, "Well, what do you think? I mean, how would you know if this is false or whatever?" And he said, "Look, make a list of all experiments, places that have been gone to as targets, and then give us the transcripts that were generated for those viewings, and don't tell us which ones go with which ones, and we'll try to rank them for each place." And so they did that. Much to their chagrin, 7 of the 9 were first place matches in a 9 experiment series. Give you another example of, and by the way, I can't complain about the skepticism. I mean, even as we're doing all this, we haven't lost our skepticism about how could this be. But we got into a spot where the only thing that was secret about this program was that it was secret. People heard that we had these people coming in and doing experiments, but we weren't publishing anything. So I went to the CIA contract monitor and said, you've got to let us publish something, because the only thing secret about this project is there's a secret project. So if we publish something, that'll handle that.
Did you want to do that to get more scientists involved?
Yes, that was our personal aspect.
So that if there was actual data, more people who were on the outside skeptical would say, well, hold on, why am I skeptical? Maybe perhaps there's something to this. And then you start considering your own life, these moments of intuition, weird coincidences. You're thinking about someone, they call you.
Yeah.
We all have this idea that there's something there, but we don't know what it is. But we're very skeptical of someone who tells us that they can do it.
And that's reasonable to think that way. And so in this case, where we got permission to publish something, since we're engineers, Russell Targ, my colleague, and I are engineers and physicists, we wrote it up for the proceedings of the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. This is an engineering journal where we had published technical papers. So I said, well, we have a better chance there. Sent it off to them. The editor was head of communications at Bell Labs. And he comes back and says, well, I don't know. And we said, why? Are you getting bad reviews? And he says, well, actually, I'm getting good reviews. But one really heavy hitter just gave me a 1-sentence review saying, this is the kind of thing I wouldn't believe in, even if it were true.
What does that mean?
So anyway, we said, look, I understand your problem. Look, let us come and present this stuff to your engineers. If they throw tomatoes, okay, don't publish our paper. But if they like it, then publish it. So we went to Bell Labs, presented our data. The engineers were all excited, trying to figure out what the mechanism could be and so on. So we figured we were home free. He said, no, I still. So then we pull out our trump card, as always, which is, okay, look, do your own experiments at Bell Labs. pick people from your engineers, pick people from your offices to make up lists of targets, pick people here to be your blind match group to see if they can match them up. And if you get results like we got, then publish it. If you don't, he said. Okay, that's fair. So it turns out he did the whole thing, got the same kind of results we got. Our paper got published, 1976, Proceedings of the IEEE. And so that suddenly got other people saying, okay, well, maybe there really is something to this. So it turns out that for those who follow the field, know that Robert John and Brenda Dunn, Robert John was head of engineering at Princeton. He had a student who wanted to do these kind of experiments, and he thought it was nonsense, but they came out and heard our briefing, and he went back. Long story short, he set up a 20-year program completely replicating our remote viewing work and also doing effects on random number generators that were quantum driven. And so the so-called PAIR lab, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab, replicated all of our work. And so pretty soon it's all over the place. So by the way, at the end of the sort of Cold War there, where there was a détente, some of our remote viewers went over to Russia to talk to their remote viewers, and they traded war stories. They lived through the same kind of thing. So there it is.
It's so interesting that we almost didn't consider that. Just imagine you not running into Ingo Swann, you not asking him to affect that quantum chip. Imagine where Russia's doing all this stuff and the United States never gets involved in it at all. That could have happened.
That could have happened. I mean, it was really, the tiniest flip of a coin that happened. So what that means is, for me personally, is that even though I had no interest in all that kind of stuff, this totally random event happened. And then once I built up a reputation for being willing to take on things that are impossible, then that's why when the UAP, the UFO issue kind of rose up again, who are you going to call? So
Hal Puthoff.
There I get my call.
So what was the initial introduction to the UAP phenomenon? And when was this?
Well, there was an early introduction in 2004. Well, maybe a little earlier. In the 90s, I was doing work for Robert Bigelow at Bigelow Aerospace. And in addition to his, aerospace stuff, he put 2 units circling the Earth, and he made the module that got attached to the space station and all that kind of stuff. But he was also very much interested in UFOs and that kind of thing. And so I was involved with him. And around that time, I had gotten a call from somebody I knew in Washington, D.C., head of a think tank. I can't name him, but he said, I need you to come to Washington to be part of a little project, a little briefing. And I said, no, I don't have the time. Right now, I'm just too busy. He says, look, come, it'll be the most important meeting you've ever had in your life. Well, since I had him calibrated because I had done other work with him and for the Navy and so on, I said, okay, I'll come. So I showed up there, and I saw people, some of whom I knew, including my ex-contract monitor from CIA, people from DIA, a lot of military people and so on. So he sat us all down and said, okay, here's the deal. Here's why I've invited you all here. Let's just say, he says, that the United States, Russia, and China have obtained ET craft that have crashed, and We have proof of that. Bodies that aren't human. And so the question is, can this be released to the public? What effect would it have? So I and the other people I found out by talking to them later, we thought, oh, this is cool. I mean, maybe we can get, some kind of disclosure here. And so I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make up a list of what would be affected in the culture with this kind of a disclosure. And by the way, at this point, we still didn't know, is he saying that that's true stuff, or is this a hypothetical, or
Right.
well, anyway. So anyway, make a list. So we came up with a long list, like, I don't know, 60 items or something. You say, oh, wow, stock market might be affected, religions
Religion.
might be affected, whatever.
Government
affected, policies be affected, politics would certainly be affected. And then for each item, we had to give it a score from +9 to -9 as to how intense the effect would be and whether it's positive or negative. So anyway, we broke up into groups, and our group had our list of 8 or so. And so we went down our list, and it turned out that we ended up getting net negative numbers. And let me tell you why you can get negative numbers. One of the things down toward the bottom of the list, we really got into the weeds, was, well, suppose materials from a crash retrieval of a non-human craft was given to Corporation A, but Corporation B didn't get any samples. And then years later, Corporation A is making lots of money based on what they got. Meanwhile, Corporation B has gone bankrupt. And then they find out they were excluded. Well, they're going to end up suing the corporations, suing the government. I mean, it really gets gnarly when you get into the weeds and into the details. And so, as it turns out, with our group of 8 or so, we said, this we get a negative number. Well, it turned out that all the groups got negative numbers. So the outcome of that exercise was, if you're thinking about disclosure, forget it.
Was this during George Herbert Walker Bush's?
No, it was during Bush 2.
George Bush, rather.
George Bush, yeah.
W.
Right.
So when this was all going on, you still didn't know what they had.
Didn't know what they had.
This was
That's right.
just, they were saying.
This could be hypothetical, or he could be trying to tell us something, but he wouldn't say. So,
interesting. And how much time did they give you to compile this
Hey,
list
Logan,
and generate these numbers of plus and minus?
It was 2 or 3 days. I don't recall.
Yeah, I thought -9.
Aerospace Company A and Aerospace Company B. And Aerospace Company A, for whatever reason, gets a favor, and some sort of really exotic, game-changing material is provided to that company to do an analysis. Meanwhile, Company B, who is competing fairly, doesn't get that material. Turns out Company A now starts getting a lot of contracts, defense contracts, and becomes a multi-billion-dollar company, while Company B, who never had the advantage of having that material, goes into bankruptcy. Hundreds of people lose their jobs, and stockholders lose their investment. Keeping in mind that both companies are supposed to be treated fairly and have fair competition when it comes to U.S. government contracts. Now what? Now what happens? Where's the liability?
But and yeah, back to my.
I just the language was very similar. Like 2021, I think.
Right now.
Also, how did you attribute numbers to things
+9
like the
system.
stock market? How did you figure out how that would be negatively or positively
Well,
impacted?
it was just a gut response, basically.
You remote viewed it?
No, didn't do that.
No, but did you?
By the way, in the remote viewing program, one of the things they told us, look, you guys that are running this program, don't you ever think about remote viewing yourself. We learned in the LSD days that if the experimenters get involved in the subject they're researching, they lose their objectivity. And don't think you can sneak away and get away with it, because we'll get you on the polygraph. And so So no, never did.
Don't remote view yourself. What a bizarre thing to tell someone.
That's what they
Yeah.
said. So anyway, but anyway, back to this. We came up with our numbers and said, this does not look like a good idea. So at that time, that was the viewpoint. Now, as we'll get into, at this point, I have a different viewpoint. I think there should be more disclosure than is apparent
Well, I
in
think
the culture.
that's much more common.
Much more common.
That
right.
thought is more common with not just academics, but even government people.
Even government people.
I
Right.
think more.
In fact, I have a great example of that, and that
Please.
is Edward Teller, father of the H-bomb, involved in the Manhattan Project. You think if anybody wanted to keep secrets about national security, it would be him. Well, one of the strongest statements he made, which actually was kind of a driver in my shifting my viewpoint about, well, should we come out with this or not? He said, in exploring nuclear energy, we had the Manhattan Project, highly classified, but nonetheless, we and the Russians kind of marched along step by step. But in electronics, we didn't classify electronics, circuit boards and all that kind of stuff. And we took off like a rocket and left Russia in the dust. So his viewpoint was that having more openness, even in national security areas, is a better bet. And so that made me think, even though I've been part of, as it turns out, decades long, highly classified, not for the street UAP investigations, that sort of affected my thinking about it, and I became more open to the idea that we should do that. So, but the way I got actually more officially involved was that, as it turns out, in 2008, I think it was, Harry Reid, who was at the time Senate Majority Leader, Daniel Inouye from Hawaii, Ted Stevens from Alaska. They're part of the Gang of Eight, so-called, so they get better briefings than most people on what's going on behind the scenes. So at that point, you might think, well, UFO stuff, I mean, that's all dead. Let me give you a little background first. And that is, back in the 50s and 60s, we had Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project Blue Book. And then they had the Condon Committee at University of Colorado examine the area and say, he came out with this thing saying, but there's nothing here. It's not worth the Air Force spending any time on it. Actually, the Condon report, if you read it, there's a deep report showing all kinds of reasons why this is real. And then there's the forward, which most media read, in which he said, nothing here, don't worry about it. So after 1969, which is when that report came out, if you called Air Force Public Affairs Office and said, well, what's going on with UFOs? They, no, we gave up all that stuff back in 1969. The truth of the matter is that the very memo that canceled Blue Book by General Bolander had down the fine print, but anything that might affect national security, we should keep track of. So now we come up to, 2017, these senators who knew that there was still stuff going on decided there should be a new program. And so they asked the top physicists at DIA, Jim Lukatsky, who is one of the top physicists on propulsion and rocketry and so on, to put out a request for proposal. And so that went out. And so actually Robert Bigelow picked it up. And he said, okay, we'll do this. And so he then got the program. And since I'd been involved with Bigelow, he asked me to be part of the program. So that's when I got, you might say, officially involved and really digging into the issue.
And what was your perspective at that point? So you had this thing during the George Bush administration, and what was your perspective after that conversation? Did you think, maybe they do have something, the crashed Roswell site, maybe something else. Did you know more from talking to other people? Had you heard whispers? Like, what did you know?
What I knew was not much. I mean, I heard whispers, but I didn't get, really involved in thinking about it. I mean, a good physicist realizes this is tinfoil hat conspiracy stuff,
But you had already had experience with remote viewing, seemingly
so
being
I
nonsense as
already
well.
got that problem.
Right.
So, but when they came up with the idea, we should do another deeper dive into this. And by that time I was, I mean, as a physicist, I mean, through the years, I mean, I was a Star Trek fan and, Star Trek fan and all that kind of stuff.
And Scientology.
And as a physicist, I would hear about these UFO sightings and so on. So I always wondered about, how can this, could somebody really have any kind of propulsion that would look
Friends
like
with
that?
ballet for like
So
3
anyway,
decades.
so when this program got set up, it turned out my particular assignment was, okay, let's look at all the physics and engineering that might be behind this stuff. And by the way, we will arrange for you to get access to some materials. Okay, fine. So that was my tasking. And so I said, okay. So I can't get into a lot of detail, but I did do a lot of back and forth with some aerospace executives about getting access in case they had any materials and that kind of stuff. It's very. So they finally said, no, it's if that were the case, it'd be too compartmentalized. We can't share this, even though you have an official program. I mean, you got top secret, SCI, Gamma, HCS, got all these clearances. But if we had materials, it'd be too highly classified. We couldn't share them.
Jeez.
So a lot of negotiation went on. I mean, I
you
spent
don't
a lot of
negotiate
time with the vice president.
unless there's something to negotiate about.
Exactly.
If there was nothing to negotiate about, you did say, Hal, we don't have materials. You wouldn't
Right.
say you don't have enough clearance for us to even discuss this.
Exactly. And
So already they're tipping their hat.
They're already tipping their hat. So anyway, the second place to go then was, okay, they're not going to share their materials. I'm going to almost assuredly have them. Suppose they had shared them. What would we have done? Well, we would have gone to subject matter experts all around the world. We'd give them some materials. We'd say, this came from a Russian sub or, whatever. Give us your best output and so on. So I said, okay, since we're not able to get materials and share them, let me go to all of the subject matter experts that we would have gone to and say, we're doing a survey for Bigelow Aerospace. He wants to know where will your field be in the year 2050. So we figured, okay, we'd get the best sort of assessment of possible futures for their fields. And I realize you probably don't have immediate access to this, but just to give you an idea, some of the papers that we got by going out to these people, I mean, and you'll see how serious we were. Aneutronic fusion propulsion, superconductors and gravity research, positron aerospace propulsion, warp drive, dark energy, extra dimensions, advanced nuclear propulsion.
Jamie's got it up here.
Yeah. So this is just the first few of 38 papers that I arranged for leaders to come up with.
So this is based on projections from where technology currently sits to, if you extrapolate, where it's going to be in 2050 based on what
right.
they're working on.
Right.
Space-time metric engineering, traversable wormholes, stargates.
So you see, we weren't kidding around.
Well, when you started getting the warp drive, dark energy, extra dimensions, brain machine interfaces. Now, did you ask any of these? So presumably, this is just me from a civilian's perspective. Presumably, you have some sort of a crash thing. You have to bring in people who make spaceships. You have to bring in people who make military jets, advanced propulsion systems.
Exactly.
Those are the people that would be able to.
And the people we had working on those papers were people from those communities.
How did they? This is the conundrum that if they did disclose, and the companies that weren't given access to these materials did fall apart, and then the companies that got access to these materials advanced and had spectacular businesses. How do they decide who? Just assuming you would have something. How would you decide? Was it based on relationships, like knowing that someone could keep a secret, like because you're dealing with outside the government now? Presumably, if you have a defense contractor, that's an independent company,
right?
It's not necessarily, even though they work hand in glove with the government, they're not necessarily a part of the government.
So in fact, if you put your thinking cap on, you would say, okay, this would be the way if you want to keep it out of the public,
because you don't have to disclose it.
Yeah, you don't have to give it to a contractor. Say,
Right.
okay, this is your stuff, and from now on, you own it.
But how do you control that, though? You'd have to have government agents embedded deeply in that, which I assume they do anyway. But you'd have to have intelligence agents I hope they do, deeply embedded in these defense contractors, where they would make sure that they maintain some sort of intense level of secrecy.
That's exactly right. And when you think about, okay, these days, well, suppose we have some kind of disclosure. What are these companies going to do? They've been hiding things, or various parts of the government have been hiding things.
Misappropriating funds, lying to Congress.
Lying to Congress. So you can see why it's such a big problem at this point.
Well, that was that disclosure documentary that I saw you in as well, that appeared at South by Southwest, which was excellent. What is it called?
It's called The Age of Disclosure.
Amazing documentary.
It's amazing documentary.
Really hope that gets released somewhere big, like Netflix or something like that, so people can see it.
I think Dan Farah, who's the director and producer of that, by the way, a very well-known producer. You know, he collaborated with Steven Spielberg on Ready Player One, which was a big hit, and so on. And the approach he used, which is really very clever, he contacted people like me, people like Lou Elizondo, on and on and on, and said, you know, many of you don't want to come out really and reveal too much, podcast by podcast by podcast. So tell you what, my goal, he says, I'm going to approach 38 of the maximum insiders. And by maximum insiders, I mean it includes people like, I don't know, Senator Rubio, Secretary of State, Clapper, who's, you know, and I'm going to get all of you to collaborate on saying your involvement was, to the degree you can, and, you know, not say something and ended up going to jail. And
Uh-oh.
Snuggles down.
I got booted down to the listener again.
No.
It's happened twice already. I keep getting booted down to listener.
Okay, you know, I wasn't even paying attention because I did that thing where I nodded off again. But yeah, so if you do get booted, I did it on purpose. I'm just kidding. No, it's just a glitch, so just ignore it. You just come right back in, because if I booted you, you won't be able to come right back in, right? Because you'll be on the removes list. So that's how you'll know. And also because I'm not going to remove anybody, but yeah.
I figured as much. All I did was just adjust my settings and hit the mic button, and it just kicked me right back up here on speaker. So no big deal.
Snuggles is coming right back.
Yeah.
Dr. Dolce said. Oh.
I feel like he said all this a lot. Like he runs through this, and you could like almost quote him for like what other people said, like what you did with Lewis.
They all do. They all have same lexicon.
This is the pitch right here. Yeah.
And also, he was he's in Valet's books, all of his notebooks and shit. They were cool. So he definitely knew about UFO shit before like 2008. And he even says in one of his books, Valet says that Sidney Gottlieb, the MK Ultra architect, was Hal Puthoff's UFO advisor in like the 70s book.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like people are gonna gobble him up on that. He's like, oh well, 90s, like that whole little segment right there. He got a
And like I said, that first experiment that he talked about, that plant thing, L. Ron Hubbard did it like 5 years before the CIA guy did. And I'll put a timeline under, but like that whole time period, he's like super involved with all that stuff. And I'm not even trying to hate them or anything like that, you know what I mean? Like every religion, you know what I mean? Every human, UFOs kind of affect, disclosure kind of affects. But like, why not just own it, or even say the other thing that they say around here, right? Like he was sent there to get the tech or whatever by the CIA.
it's a huge step. He's even saying all this right on a huge platform. So,
Well,
baby steps.
There's like 20 comments in the thread already. I haven't even looked at it yet. That's what's going on over there. Let's see. Tracy Scott. Do. And do you guys want me to read these or
Only if it's good.
That's the thing. I don't know if I should be the judge if it's good or bad. What makes it good or bad? You know, I don't know. I'm feeling a little. I don't know. Yeah, maybe later. Hold on.
Yeah,
we
no,
should
just
get
keep
right
going.
back to it. Yeah. Yeah. We'll read them later.
We won't talk about it along the way. And so 38 of us ended up being interviewed for the film.
Do I need to rewind a minute, or is this where we left off?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Telling whatever
he's just talking
role
about the
we felt
which
we
it's
could
still
tell.
like a month and a half
So
later,
that
nowhere to
film
be found.
comes out.
I don't think it's going to come out till like December, probably.
That's going to be disclosure on steroids, I think. That's going to be.
Which also, it seems so ludicrous that he would say something like that, doesn't it? I'm surprised Joe Rogan doesn't say anything like, you think that, really?
Right.
You think a video's going to do it?
The maximum, and well, you saw the film, so you know it's pretty revealing.
It's very well done.
Yeah, very well done.
So, for your own personal journey into this stuff, you're initially introduced to it because they're talking about disclosure. You rate the pros and cons, and then when do you get introduced to it again?
Well, it was when Robert Bigelow got the contract that Harry Reid and the other senators asked.
And how much time has passed?
Well, that was in 2008.
So a couple.
And so that went up through 2012.
I think he was also part of NITS, by the way, which was the Bigelow thing before.
Elizondo ran, sort of picked up there to keep the ball rolling forward. And now it's been revealed, by the way, only recently, that when the funding dried up, it dried up for the reasons you might think of, and that is it was so highly classified that when congressional statements came down that, okay, we need so much money for this, it didn't actually describe, it would just advance propulsion and all that kind of stuff. So another group picked up the money and said, oh, well, that's what we're working on, propulsion things. So, but it wasn't the real deal. And so, what do you do at that point? Do you go, no, wait a minute, this was really for this? Well, no, then you'd be revealing what this was really for. So anyway, that sort of ended that way. But anyway, so based on that, we then, as a group, went to, turns out, the Department of Homeland Security to set up a whole new program. And it was going to be a special access program. It was under a name, which can now be revealed because AARO, the Advanced Aerospace, or let's see, Advanced Anomalies Aerospace Resolution Office has revealed it. It was called Kona Blue. And we built up a stack of documents that would go to the ceiling here about what needed to be done, what we were going to do, how it should be done, who should be involved.
So at this point, you're convinced that this is a real phenomenon.
At this point, I'm convinced that there's a real phenomena. I mean, you know, how far can I go? I mean, I can say I interacted with, for example, Dave Grush that you've had on your program before, who is really a high-level intelligence officer. People in the public can hardly have any idea how high a level intelligence officer he was. He prepared briefings for the president. He was top UAP investigator for NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, and then transferred over to NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Office, and so on. And so in that role, he was asked, he was an official, part of the UAP task force, asked by Jay Stratton to find out what's going on behind the scenes at these super classified levels. And he did. And so that's why, you know, he eventually came out in that August 2023 congressional hearing under oath saying, yep, I've talked to more than 40 people who are directly involved in the program. Well, I know Dave, I know many of the people, I know many of the programs that he's involved in. And so there really is something to it. And it's only a matter of time before it comes out. I don't think you can put the toothpaste back into the tube, frankly.
Well, it seems like people don't want to. And I think there's so many more people that are openly discussing the possibility or what this is. Maybe not even the possibility of it, but addressing that there's something going on. So what is it? Is it interdimensional? Is it intergalactic? Like, what is it?
That's just such an excellent question. Because the problem is there's an embarrassment of riches. These craft, you know, which in the old days, you know, farmer in the fields, that someone was streaking across the sky and, you know, I don't know what to think, you know, you could sort of blow it off. But because our own detection equipment has really marched up into unbelievable sophistication. And so now we have these really advanced sensor systems, FLIR, forward-looking infrared radar, high-quality radars, satellites. Ratcliffe has admitted that satellites have picked up evidence of these craft, and these craft have interfered with military exercises, as we all know from, say, the Nimitz and the Gimbal and the Go Fast videos that, you know, made it out into the public in 2017. So it's really out there now at this point that there's a reality here, and so that's where we are at this point.
Well, one of the more spectacular ones you talked about, the Nimitz, the Commander David Fravor experience. So they're flying over the water outside of San Diego, and they think they see something below the surface, and which is large, and then this 20-foot tic-tac looking thing that's hovering over the water that seems to turn towards them and recognize that they're it jams their radar. It does something to block their ability to detect it. They have it on screen. They have video of this thing. There's eyewitnesses of this thing. They track it on radar going from above 50,000 feet down to sea level in a second. They don't know what it is. It takes off at an insane rate of speed. It goes to the cat point where they were supposed to meet up. So they have all this data about this thing that behaves in a way that's impossible with our current understanding of propulsion systems.
Right. And of course, in the program, we interviewed the pilots about their experiences and so on. And so you can't blame a pilot. He says, look, this thing was at, 80,000 feet or whatever when he first detected it. Suddenly it's down there right above the water. And then it takes off and does a right angle turn at Mach 3. This stuff is just way beyond our physics. Of course, to a physics nerd like me, so yeah, now wait a minute. If it's real, it's physics. So
right, it
can't be beyond our physics.
It's beyond our understanding.
But it's beyond our engineering. So in fact, in that series of papers, I showed you that of the 38 papers, by the way, there's a little side story there. It's interesting. And those 38 papers were then posted. None of these people who generated those papers had any idea it had to do with ETs or UFOs or whatever. They all went up on what's called the JWIC server. It's a classified server for the Pentagon, and intelligence officers and aerospace contractors, could get access, but nobody in the public could. And usually those things go up and they're up for, a little while and a month or so, and they take them down. This was such a popular set, this 38 papers, such a popular set, that everybody screamed every time they tried to take it down. And so it was posted there, like forever. But eventually, through Freedom of Information Act and so on, most of those papers have been released. And I was concerned that, oh my God, these guys are all going to call me up and say, what? You didn't tell me this had anything to do with ETs or UFOs? But actually, nobody seemed to not complain about it. So back to the question that you mentioned a little earlier, though, about, what's the source of this? Like I said, it's an embarrassment of riches. There's so much observation. The idea that it may be a scout coming by from some other planet and checking us out and heading off or whatever. I mean, there's much more than that. And of course, as you know from interviewing Jacques Vallée, he dug into the literature and found out, you can go back millennia and see descriptions of exactly what we're talking about today. So as far as where they come from or what they're doing here, I myself have written a paper called Ultraterrestrials, where I try to cover the gamut. And I cover everything. Yeah, they could be spacecraft from some other galaxy whipping through here. Or maybe there's some Atlanteans left over from eons ago, and they're just kind of hiding out in the seabed or on some mountain range someplace. Or maybe some ET group showed up here 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, and they're hiding out with some bases locally and so on. And of course, we have a fellow by the name of a professor by the name of Masters who thinks that, well, maybe it's time travelers from the future coming back. And then there's the whole idea, since physicists like to talk about additional dimensions, maybe they come from another. So anyway, then in my ultraterrestrials paper, I list everyone I can think of and say, we should be exploring all of these. So at this point, I would
Logan,
say,
can you pause real quick?
We know.
Michael Masters, an hour ago, I'll put it up in the nesty, but my wife made a clay vagina to charge cool crystals in sunlight. Isn't a sentence I thought I'd ever write, but I'm glad it is. Just funny that you got mentioned there.
It's NHI, non-human intelligence, but it's not clear what the source is. Maybe at a higher level of classification than I had access to, maybe it's known, but right now I'd say we don't.
Do you have a suspicion?
I guess my suspicion that it's likely non-human intelligence from some other galaxy or far out in our own galaxy that have come here but some time back, and that there are stations here. one of our remote viewers that was really good came up one day and said, I was looking around and I think I found a UFO base on Earth. This is during the remote viewing era, and oh my God, I've got to report this to my CIA contract monitor. Do I want to tell him that? And so I did, and one of the places he came up with but one of the places he came up with was Mount Zeal in Australia. And so my CIA contract monitor says, well, I know the station keeper, CIA station keeper out in Australia. I think I'll call him, and I won't tell him why I'm asking, but I'll ask him about Mount Zeal area. So he gave him a call, and he said, I'd like to ask you about that Mount Zeal area. He says, oh, you mean where the UFOs are always flying around?
Whoa.
So I thought, oh, gee, So this was from Pat Price. I take him seriously. Let me give you an anecdote. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that some of this stuff could possibly be real, but here was the real game changer.
So again, I think Pat Price died in like the 80s or whatnot, right? And he's like, I didn't get into UFOs until 2008.
Came in the office and he said, I got bored last night, so I started looking around, and I decided to look at the Oval Office. And as I kind of did my way around the Oval Office, I realized there's something in the Oval Office that will harm him, and he will not get through his second term. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, but I have to report that to the CIA contract manager, which I did. And so they sent a team over looking for, hidden microwaves, hidden toxic substances. And when they didn't come up with anything, of course, we now know from history, it was the tape recorder that did him in. And he couldn't make it through a second term because
So this was during the Nixon administration?
Yeah, Nixon administration.
Wow.
And so interestingly enough, when he reported that, I said, oh my God, that means Spiro Agnew will be president because he was the vice president. And he says, no, he goes first. Now, it turned out he did go first because of some money laundering scheme. So when I sit down and try to say, okay, what are the statistics of having somebody see that a president is going to make it through his next term and his vice president is not going to take over because he goes first? I mean, the odds of that, there's just no doubt that means it's really something.
Well, especially when you consider Nixon was one of the most popularly elected presidents ever.
Right.
I mean, he won by an enormous margin. That was the whole where the vice presidents or the other candidates vice president had electroshock therapy that hadn't been revealed.
I remember that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it turned out people were very concerned that he was mentally ill. When it was too late to replace him, they didn't know what to do. They finally replaced him, but it was too late.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, that was a big part of the whole thing. So
now, one thing you may be surprised to learn, and you've asked me from time to time, well, what did I think as I'm facing into all this stuff? We obviously, as physicists, think about time going forward, reasonable way. And as I mentioned, the Princeton lab got involved. Robert John at Princeton was very good in quantum theory and so on. And he knows that in quantum theory, time is kind of a slippery slope. We have the space-time metric and the possibility of maybe seeing something in the future or something in the past. And so he did a series of remote viewing experiments very much like what we were doing. But sometimes he would have somebody go to a site and then wait a week and have somebody describe where the person went. Or he might have somebody describe where a person went, but the person didn't go until a week later. And so he did a lot of experiments, which, by the way, were good enough. He also got it published in the proceedings of the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, a couple of years after our paper, like 78 or so. And so it turned out that the results, either looking a bit into the future, a bit into the past, the results were just as good. So that sort of helped solve another problem for us, because we were always, I mean, I can't blame the skeptics coming forward. In fact, our favorite phrase is, as far as remote viewing goes, there are two outcomes. People investigate it, know it works. People who don't and know it can't. And that's sort of it. So anyway, a big thing that we always got pushed on was, well, if these people are so psychic, why aren't they rich? Why aren't they at Las Vegas? Why aren't they doing silver futures or whatever? So, well, it turned out I had a chance to test that, because
Oh, Logan, you got
my
two
wife,
hands going on.
Adrian Kennedy, was on the board.
I'm just at the store. I'm not really looking, but I do see Direct and Downhill down there have their hands up.
Let's go. What's up?
Go for it, Jay.
Okay. I put it up a minute ago. I wanted to clarify when Pat Price was the topic. Panda, you said something about the 80s.
Yeah, I just I don't remember exactly when he died. I think I said either the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, he died in 1975.
Cool. So yeah, even earlier than.
Yeah. Okay. That's all. I just wanted to. I kind of heard it sideways and wasn't sure what you said. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, and my main reason for even saying that was just a data point that UFOs are definitely on Puthoff's mind in official capacities, right? If they're remote viewing a UFO base in Australia in the 70s, and they're using resources to contact CIA station chiefs out there and shit, you know what I mean? It's kind of an official capacity related to UFOs alongside the other stuff I said. So saying 2008.
Yeah, I mean, I sat at a meal with Hal and some people close to him, and one of them said he had been completely focused on the topic of UFOs and finding out what's going on since 1969. So that makes perfect sense with your timeline.
So why not say it though, right, on Rogan?
Well, I don't know. I can't explain that. I'm just trying to give you some substantiated historical.
No, yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I don't think I don't know either. It's just we're all kind
right.
of scratching our head. Yeah.
So when I say somebody extremely close, I would say somebody that's known him for decades. Okay, so and if that makes sense time wise, very much so. And then the other thing is Pat Price, when he did his viewing of the bases, that was 1973 in October, between October and December, I think it was. So then when he was done with that, he gave that to Hal, and then Hal reached out to the Australian it could be CIA, whoever was the intelligence, whether it was CIA or Australian intelligence, reached out to the station chief. So it must have been CIA. And they immediately acknowledged the craft coming in and out of the area around Mount Zeal. So what I'll do is I'll post the very best article on the Pat Price paper summary, and then I'll post, because the Pat Price papers, for the first time since 1973, were released in full November 29th of 2024. And they're on Das Smith's website. So I'll put a link to those papers that one can look at directly, and then I'll put a link to an article. This article was an interview with the man who took the papers from Puthoff, took them to the Monroe Institute, and had Joe McMoneagle view them in 1982. So the article will give you a very accurate history and a summary of what each base was found to have as a function. Then I'll post the Pat Price papers. And now Hal is part of a new group called Project Center Lane, which is basically a reunion of original Stargate members minus Ingo Swann because he's passed, and Ed Dames because he's not a part of that group. And they publish a book called Project 8200, which is all about the bases. So we'll have Joe's sessions, 27 pages, I think it is, of the Pat Price papers. They didn't put the full papers in the book. And so I'll put all that and then put it up to the Nest so people can look at it and, you know, get a spread of information about this topic of the underground bases.
Cool.
He doesn't mention Mel Riley right there, right? Isn't that kind of strange too?
No, not at all. You know, Hal left SRI in 1982. CRV was not formulated till 1985. So Mel Riley's sessions were around 1987. So at that same lunch, so Skip Atwater, the original training officer for what later became the Stargate unit, he published a video in like 2000 or 2001 on the bases, and I saw that. So then I started hounding him. Then one Christmas day, I woke up to an email, and he had sent me Dropbox 20 gigabytes of everything he did regarding the underground bases and said, Merry Christmas. So then I wrote him back. I said, what restrictions or limitations? He said, do as you wish and enjoy yourself. So during that lunch, where I would happen to be seated across from Hal by accident, he found out that I had those, and he didn't know they existed. So I forwarded him the Dropbox from Skip Atwater. He asked me if I would send him the data. And so once he got that, then he knew what had happened in his absence. So it all comes together. But Skip Atwater and Hal and Tom McNear and Paul H. Smith and Bill Ray, Bill Ray was a former Stargate commander. They're part of a new project, and I'll put that out there too. And their book called Project 8200 is authored by Skip Atwater, telling the story in detail. So I'll post 4 things. Anybody interested in spending the time will get a broader spectrum on, you know, this phase of what he's talking about now. So
cool.
Yeah, because he leaves it like, you know, like Pat just like spotted it and it was the end of it, you know, like there wasn't continued investigation, or, you know,
yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
there was.
The way he's telling
So
it,
when
it's just
Hal
like,
left in
yeah.
1982, Skip Atwater was already working at Monroe Institute trying to come up with ideas to meet the intelligence service demands for a repeatable, trainable, verifiable method. So he got those in 1982. And he labeled this project, and it was not an official project. It was a training project, and that information never went up through the chain of command, and it never came down from the chain of command. It was Skip Atwater under the guise of training viewers trying to figure out what was going on. So he labeled it Project 8200 because it was the first project of 82. So he went, it was like August of 82, took those papers, took the coordinates off of them, and then gave Joe McMoneagle each one of them. And he did multiple page sessions on all 4 of the underground bases. And I think one of them, maybe Mount Hayes, he did twice. I'm a little fuzzy because I forgot more than I remember about some of it. But so then Joe's details were significant. So then Skip put those papers away. And in 85, he decided to test them on the newly trained Ingo Swann controlled remote viewing viewers. And I've interviewed every single one of them that did sessions on these bases. I've seen their sessions. The correspondence from 1973 to 1987 is noteworthy, especially given the names of the most famous historical viewers all having viewed it. Mel Riley, since you mentioned him, he tuned in, and I can post that too. He tuned in to what he called the people at the base, and his hand was taken over during the session, and he had to stop the session because he lost motor control of his hand when he tuned into the quote unquote people at one of these facilities. not dissimilar to what happened to Kurt Jamongo, or however you pronounce his name, when he had that freaked out episode where something took over his hand on the keyboard. So I'll just put stuff in there, and then whoever's interested in whatever. The only reason I stay involved in this, one, I love the topic. Two, I've been obsessed with these underground bases as soon as I found out about them. And then I was very fortunate to have people be gracious to me in my pursuit. So what I would like to do when this stuff comes out, it just puts stuff out so people can get a broader spectrum, and whether they agree with what's being said in the various articles and so forth, I'll post. That's entirely up to everybody. But at least you'll have good certified historical data, and then you can interpret it for yourself.
Cool. And I put up in the Nesta that timeline, and basically like Pat Price, Ingo Swann, Hal Puthoff were like super high level Scientologists during this whole time that he's talking about right now on Rogan. And according to what's that guy's name? Let me see. According to one of them, there's like 14 Scientology clears in the earlier remote viewing program and whatnot.
Yeah, myself and another person that researches this are aware of 6. The 14, and it could very well be. You know, you have to remember in that day and age, Scientology, Dianetics is one of the biggest new age, what do they call it? Human potential movement things going on. Tons and tons of people were engaged in it. And then later, when it started getting weirder and weirder, that's when 1982 is when a lot of Hubbard faithful were expunged from the church, and the rest left. I left in 83, and Ingo left in 84, or at least the last recorded course Ingo took was 1984. So, everybody has to make what they have to make out of it. I have no problem. I know what it is firsthand. I've been through it, and I've continued to study it for over 40 years, well, since 1983. So, it's just a thing. It's out there. This is a great talk, and I'm very, very surprised Hal did this. So for me, I don't know what that means, why he changed his mind and has gone this public. So I hope it's a good sign.
Yeah, but also, like I said too, he's not. I don't know. And again, I would prefer it if he was just like, I was sent there by the CIA, or I was into it. It was a hippy dippy thing at the time, blah blah blah. But to brush over it all, and like I said, the first thing he mentioned, that plant thing, was L. Ron Hubbard did that experiment before the CIA guy he mentioned, and I'm pretty sure Scientology flexes that CIA experiment too.
Well, yeah, there's a little more history than that there. So the thing is, I understand your focus on this, and it's useful, and it points out things that people, again, can put into the bucket of consideration. But remember, in America, anybody can choose whatever religion that they want, and how, with near certainty from people I've talked to that are in the know, left sometime in the mid 70s. So what a guy believed 50 years ago, you could look around and find all kinds of very disastrous things going on in many other philosophies, religions, groups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you and I just hold a different opinion, but yours is, good. How can I put it? Info.
But it's because he's like actively, I'd even say, lying about it today, right? Like, I'm not trying to hold anyone to the fire, and I don't even think, like I said earlier,
how could he be lying about it if nobody's asked him a direct question? So he's by omission, he's not including it in his story, and in a certain way, if by including it, it's going to end up discrediting everything he has done and everything he does know. Why would you? If I went on an interview, I'm not necessarily going to say what my religious belief is or was. So in this case, the topic is remote viewing, and that's what he's talking about. So, I just see it differently. But like I've always said, since you started this mission, I support you. And if you provide things that I couldn't, controvert or refuse, I would say that in a second. And, that's just the way it goes. And that's what the purpose, I think, of this kind of dialogue is, where you're going to find stuff I didn't find, and maybe my 40 some years of experience has some usefulness to it. And by that dialogue, a third party will have more information than either one of us could provide. So we're kind of working as a team, even though there's some, back and forth involved in that.
Cool.
Anyways, I'll start the tirade of posting. And thanks for the break, Logan.
Did Logan fall asleep? He might have. And I know Chris, I might hop over to Chris's for a bit too, because I think he's doing a space about that photo.
Wait a minute. I didn't want to make people go to sleep and empty out the room. Logan, wake up.
Did Somber get a chance to chime in? I know his hand was up. I don't know. I just came back from a walk, so.
Somber?
Sorry, Downhill.
Listen.
Don't mean to be dead.
Yeah, no, I got it all out right there. I was just the way he's talking. It's kind of cute what he's doing right now.
You can tell he's like dancing around certain things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't. I
And
mean,
yeah, maybe it's like what Dreg said, like, it's maybe a little embarrassing or whatever.
It would have been
maybe
cool to
it's
hear him
something else.
elaborate more than like the classic History Channel take, Oh yeah, Pat Price saw the bases, and he could have gone into about how many of the people that he knows that went deeper into it and all that. I just want to see these guys like say what they say in the shadows, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Or just like speak to Joe like he's somebody else. But
I think it's a little bit telling that when Joe asks him, "So you believe something's really going on here?" Then he says, "Yeah," and he goes, "Well, yeah, like so, like David Grush, he interviewed all these people, and it's like David Grush type people use Hal Puthoff. His little Hal Puthoff told me." You know what I mean? It's like it's a circle, man. It's a circle of believers.
Ignacio?
Yeah, I'd like to address the idea that clairvoyant investigation involves the astral plane, and that people in that condition are subject to illusion. Second point, I would like to establish that the darker non-material intelligences of our planet, whose ecosystem is the astral plane, would like to ensnare humanity. Thus, a researcher investigating underground bases has already oriented himself in the astral plane below the surface of the planet. The deduction or the inference is that they're opening themselves up to an illusion cast by a darker non-material intelligence, using the belief of the observer in underground bases. Whether they exist materially or not, a clairvoyant researcher inquiring in that direction have to be completely able to discern between an illusion cast by a higher intellect from a non-material intelligences belonging to the planet, leveraging the expectations of the researcher about the underground bases. This is from experience. I was here because I saw the participation of this guy who said in the UAP hearings today that of the 4 basic species, and that's a topic that I want to hold on to my ear and try to inquire to see if anybody else has anything to say about it. But because the topic was as I heard, I think it's an extremely important situation that there exists non-material intelligences whose ecosystem is the astral plane, who are prepared to deceive any psychic researcher who inquires in the direction of UAP and extraterrestrial and pose as such intelligences in order to capture the imagination and the perception of the researcher. Why? Because they don't want to be found out. The non human, non material intelligences of the planet Earth have been referred in mythology, religion, and previous mystical experiences throughout history. They are there, and they are real, they are a danger. That doesn't mean that they are not extraterrestrial material and extraterrestrial non material intelligences, both availing themselves of the astral plane to inquire upon the life on Earth for whatever purpose they have in mind. Now, I'm interested in clairvoyant investigation. I have some experience in that regard, and that is the primary source of error, ensnarement, and difficulty that I have encountered. And I do speak like this every time. This is very, very specific, very, very technical, and very, very direct. Thank you for your time.
Slogan here.
Can we get back to the interview?
Yeah, Snuggles, do you want to keep going?
So this guy, Eric Davis, talks about that amongst the people who are dealing with ETs, real material ETs and recovered crafts, they find these four types of beings. Does anybody else have any first-hand experience or any second-hand reports of first-hand contact with anybody of these species?
Seeing if I can get a hold of the host here. I know what you're talking about. Hold on a second.
Is Logan no longer with us?
In what sense?
Did he pop in another space to listen in?
I
Maybe
think
he's
we
back.
lost him for a second. He knocked it off a little bit. He charges like a lithium battery, so. Oh, he's back.
Should I keep playing it?
Yeah.
There you are. Hi. Do you want to hit play and we'll keep doing this thing?
Well, the way it is playing, so like I don't know, like it's it says like the like the speaker's open, it's playing, like it just stopped going through for whatever reason. I'll just have to cycle them or whatever. Maybe that'll fix it. Hey, do you see Snuggles up here still? Oh yeah, he's still up here.
It shows his mic open.
Yeah, he shouldn't even be on stage at the moment.
Shows him as a speaker.
Says he's connecting.
See, maybe that worked. Dude. Goddamn bears. Jesus Christ. Is it good? Don't do that, dude. Is it glitchy for you guys too, or is it just me?
I can't hear him at all to even tell if it's glitching or not.
It's dead silence over here.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Snuggles can't get back up here. But it looks like he's like up here already, but then he's like not up here. What the fuck? Anyone have any ideas that I don't know, because otherwise we can't really listen to it, can we?
You run it under like sign them out and then I guess I don't know. Are you using them on a different device? You could.
You guys sound so
No,
quiet to me. I
no.
don't know if it's a me issue or what, but
I am mumbling pretty good. Join as a speaker. Oh, maybe this worked. Let's see.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna drop down, everyone. So I'll see you all later. I'm gonna get ready because I'm gonna read a book over a space later on. So if y'all are floating around, come check it out.
Okay.
Slay that dragon. Let's do it. All right, man. Catch you later. Yeah, got it fixed up and running. I feel like we're only halfway through. We're at hour.
Yo,
1 hour and 20 minutes.
Logan, I could offer a hex up here if you wanted.
You can. What do you mean?
Oh, never mind. I mean, I have a dummy account I could play through if you need a player.
Oh right, yeah, that
have we
would
had a
fucking
Hex
be
and
really
Snuggles
handy.
showdown yet?
They made love yet? Not yet.
They've locked eyes though. Okay, just a second here. And if you want to give me a
Actually, hold on.
timestamp, or if you've got this figured out, otherwise let me know. But I'll lock in.
I thought he was figured out just now. He was just playing. Hold on a second. Why don't I hear him? What the fuck? Yeah, let's bring Hex in here because I don't want to like keep fucking around with this guy right now.
Cool. If you can just give me a timestamp, I'll get on it.
122.
122.
Yeah. 122:56.
Can we get a vote on 1.15 times at least? Would that be amenable to everybody?
I'm cool with that. What does everyone else think? Can people like listen to it like that, or is that weird?
No, it's good.
1.5 is okay. Two times is like on drugs. I can't go that fast, but I can do 1.5.
Turn them into chipmunks. Let's do it.
I never listened to anything like that, but
You ever listened to anybody on 3 times?
You can't.
Yeah, you can. Some people need it. It's just a YouTube thing. It's relatively new, but I'm very grateful. Sometimes it's 2.3 is what you need, especially whenever people are, anyway, not going to go down that route. Okay, I'm joining up here in a second. I'll hop down.
Actually, you're not even a Koho. Who? Badu, let's fix that. What happened to a Red Panda? Is he
Went to Chris's
He's out
space.
space hopping. Big party. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah. Chris, who's Chris? Oh, average Chris?
Yeah, he's a Fed now. He recruited Reds, I guess.
So, we learned anything interesting yet? I feel like this is all like I mean, we all know this stuff already, right? As people that study this stuff, but anything new?
It's kind of what we were talking about. I haven't heard anything new. But if you're just somebody that listens to Rogan, a lot of this is going to probably blow their mind.
How far did you get through with the interview, Logan?
An hour and 22 minutes. I don't know, Mr. Snuggles is malfunctioning or something. I am doing some work on my computer, so maybe that's why. I don't know.
That was really good audio when I was listening, but I just couldn't hack it at 1x speed, so I went back to my 2x. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things he said in there, and I'm definitely going to be doing a space about it. Maybe you'll
Like what? Like what did he
maybe
say that was
you'll
interesting?
go in with the space with me with your AI when it works, if it ever does. Yeah. Well, it does work about 10% of the time, so it's good. When it does work, it's awesome. I definitely want to interact with the AI on this put off interview at some point. Well, I think some key things he said is it's been repeated by Elizondo. You can see this is all rooted back to Bigelow, all of it. I mean, he's sitting there talk. I thought it was fascinating. He admitted right out in the open that this is like being used as a recruiting tool to attract young people into the field. You know, just as a inspirational, just like he's a Trekkie. He's a Trekkie. They're part of this. They're trying to get talent into the military industrial, I guess, entertainment complex. Um, a lot of people are drawn to it kind of that way. The other thing that I thought that's just repetitive, that like they've drilled it out there, but nobody wants to listen to that fact, is they're trying to get technology from other companies. They're jealous. They're mad. Bigelow, this is a revenge tour with Bigelow. He's kind of shut down out there with his space operation and everything, and it didn't work out. But, these guys were all spun up at the same time to get this technology from the Lockheeds, right? I mean, I thought, he even said it almost word for word what Elizondo said. We need to get the technology from company A brought over to company B because it's only fair after all. How come they get all the secrets? Type of complaint. And so I find it fascinating that they sort of cover it under the ET technology framework. That's unfair because they got the crash recoveries from the ETs and we don't, type of story. But
Yeah, my parents were lucky to hold on to their job.
But yeah,
Check.
I think I can hear you.
Okay.
Texas got his hand up. I don't know.
and I'm glad he mentions that there's
One of our remote viewers that was really good came up one day and said, I was looking around and I think I found a UFO base on Earth. This is during the remote viewing era, and oh my God, I've got to report this to my CIA contract monitor. Do I want to tell him that? And so I did, and last night, so I started looking around, and I decided to look at the Oval Office. And as I kind of did my way around the Oval Office, I realized there's something in the Oval Office that will harm him, and he will not get through his second term. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, but I have to. There's just no doubt that means it's really something.
Well, especially when you consider Nixon was one of the most popularly elected presidents ever.
Right.
I mean, he won by an enormous margin. That was the whole where the vice presidents or the other candidates, vice president, had electroshock therapy that hadn't been revealed.
I remember that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it turned out people were very concerned that he was mentally ill. It was too late to replace him. They didn't know what to do. They finally replaced him, but it was too late.
That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, that was a big part of the whole thing. So
now, one thing you may be surprised to learn, and you've asked me from time to time, well, what did I think as I'm facing into all this stuff? We obviously, as physicists, think about time going forward, reasonable way. And as I mentioned, the Princeton lab got involved. Robert John at Princeton was very good in quantum theory and so on. And he knows that in quantum theory, time is kind of a slippery slope. We have the space-time metric and the possibility of maybe seeing something in the future or something in the past. And so he did a series of remote viewing experiments, very much like what we were doing. But sometimes he would have somebody go to a site and then wait a week and have somebody describe where the person went. Or he might have somebody describe where a person went, but the person didn't go until a week later. And so he did a lot of experiments, which, by the way, were good enough. He also got it published in the proceedings of the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, a couple of years after our paper, like 78 or so. And so it turned out that the results either looking a bit into the future, a bit into the past, didn't the results were just as good. So that sort of helped solve another problem for us, because we were always I mean, I can't blame the skeptics coming forward. In fact, our favorite phrase is, as far as remote viewing goes, there are two outcomes. People investigate it, know it works. People who don't and know it can't. And that's sort of it. So anyway, a big thing that we always got pushed on was, well, if these people are so psychic, why aren't they rich? Why aren't they at Las Vegas? Why aren't they doing silver futures or whatever? So, well, it turned out I had a chance to test that, because as it turns out, my wife, Adrienne Kennedy, was on the board of a new grammar school that was being set up in the Bay Area where we were at the time. And so I was trying to raise money because they were about $25,000 short. And so I went to a wealthy dentist I knew of and said, would you mind giving $25,000 for this school? It's just being set up. We're short. And he says, "No, wait a minute. I know who you are. You have that ESP program over at SRI, don't you?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Tell you what, I do silver futures. If you can get your ESP people to tell me what's happening each day, the next day in silver futures, I will follow what you tell me, and I'll bet on it and see if I make money based on that. And tell you what, whatever money I get, I'll give your school 10% of what I make. And don't worry, if I lose money, I won't charge you." So anyway, that was interesting. Well, by now in the program, we recognize that, okay, there's the bell curve, sort of anybody can do it to some degree. So I simply went to the board of directors of the school and said, we're going to go into silver futures to make our missing $25,000. But I'm not going to ask you what you think the market's going to do the next day, because that'll depend on what you've read or what you hope for or whatever. We're going to do something different. I'm going to pick a couple of objects that are very different from each other. I'm going to label one of them market up. I'm going to label the other one market down. And I want you to describe to me today the object I'm going to show you tomorrow, which will depend on what the market does. And so, okay, and for a crash course, I gave him this shortened version of how, don't try to image it, just try to get, it's a visceral thing. How do you feel about it? What's the sort of texture of it, and so on. And Jamie, can you pull up that first of the, it shows the wooden figurine and the tape measure. If you could show that, yeah. So on a given day, I have two objects, and of course they're different as they can be in case you get a lousy description or whatever. So on a given day, there's a couple of objects I picked out, and I labeled the one to myself. I labeled the one on the left, market up, the one on the right, market down. But they have no idea what my objects are.
Right.
So the next day, if you get the following slide.
That's the last slide.
Do you have the following slide?
I have a previous slide.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that what you're looking for?
That's it. Okay. And so I had 7 viewers, and on this particular day, 5 of them didn't turn out much. But one of the viewers said, "I've got something all squirreled up in a can, all wound around, and I hear the words 1, 2, 3 said rhythmically." The second guy, same thing, a can, all something all around it. So that's what I go with. Anyway, make a long story short, 30 days in the market, we made $260,000 for the investor. We got our 10%, which is $26,000. So you got a bit of a bonus there for the school.
Why didn't you guys keep going and get rich?
Well, that I know. Everybody asked me that. The truth of the matter, it was almost a 24-hour-a-day job to do this. And meanwhile, we're back over at the lab training Army intelligence remote viewers how to remote view. So
clearly that wasn't your ambition. Your
that just
ambition
wasn't
was
my
not to
ambition.
get rich.
Yeah.
But you proved your point.
But I proved my point. So
now when going into the future, you're reasonably certain that this is a real phenomenon. Do you ever get access to these materials that you were discussing earlier? Have you ever seen anything?
Yes, I have. One sample I can talk about is.
Are there things you can't talk about?
There are things I can't talk about, right? But there's one sample I can talk about, which you could put up on the screen. That would be that.
This
layer.
right here? It's right here?
Yeah, right. It turns out that an Army person said that his grandfather had been involved in picking up on the screen. That would be that.
This
layer.
right here? It's right here?
Yeah, right. It turns out that an Army person said that his grandfather had been involved in picking up debris from the Roswell crash. And so he sent it, of all places, he sent it to Art Bell of the radio podcast, the great Art Bell. So Art Bell turned it over to Linda Howe, Linda. So she's, got it. And so she said she'd make it available and so on. So about this time, I had already had my viewpoint shifted, as I say, by Edward Teller about, we should have more openness going on. And so, in fact, Tom DeLonge came along and, the punk rock Bleak 182 and said, we should be, by the way, this is before even things came out in the New York Times in December 2017. He says, I've been talking to people at some aerospace corporations, and they're saying how hard it is to get students to do their engineering and come to work for us. And so he said, well, if there's anything to, quote, the UFO area, maybe you could generate some interest that way. And so, long story short, he got Jim Semivan, now retired high-level person at CIA, got me.
Keep that up, Jane.
And so, anyway, we started To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science. And so we were part of what was behind helping Leslie Kean get that story out in the New York Times to break out that something was really going on behind the scenes.
Back to this material.
So anyway, on this material,
layered.
She came up with this material.
How big is this? What we're looking at?
Oh, it's about this big.
So 4 inches, something like that.
Yeah,
okay,
pretty big. And so it's got all these layers. So on the one hand, you could say, well, this is just a guy sending in some stuff. There's no chain of custody.
Right.
You don't know if he's a fraud, making it up or whatever. But anyway, it turned out those are layers of titanium and bismuth. So anyway, we Tom DeLonge got a hold of a copy, and so we said, okay, we're gonna do everything we can to nail this down. So we actually set up a contract with an Army office, and then they arranged for ARROW, the All Domain Anomalies Resolution Office, to consider taking this seriously. And so they arranged that this could be analyzed by Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And so we provided this to them to analyze. Okay.
And what were the results?
Well, the results were that there's no obvious proof that it comes from out of our solar system, because there are various isotopes would be different if it came from some other solar system. So that would be the first thing you'd look for to say, oh, this really is ET. So that didn't wash. The second part, though, was a little more interesting, and that is these layers of magnesium and bismuth, I mean, those are the size of a human hair, some of those layers. And they said, well, we can't find any evidence in the history of development of materials like that, and can't even imagine why anybody want to make it. So it's an anomaly. So no proof that it's ET. But one of the things we did do, he says, okay, well, how hard is it to make something like this? And so we got an aerospace corporation to say, can you bond bismuth and magnesium together, sort of like what we see in the sample? Well, they got 2 layers bonded, cost them over $1 million, broke down their instruments to do it. So it's still basically a mystery. So we got to read the report. It was not totally provided to the public. But
so
anyway,
is this about a 1/4 inch thick? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah.
So
like
how many
that.
layers did they estimate?
I think we had, it might have been 18, something like that. We could probably count them. So anyway, so that's a possible example, but no conclusion we come to.
So this is something that is of terrestrial origin in terms of materials when you measure the isotopes, but it's of a construction method that's not currently available.
That is a perfect description of the situation. And by the way, it certainly wasn't available back in the 40s and 50s,
right?
When it supposedly was found.
Supposedly, that's the problem.
Yeah,
so when was this was analyzed in what year?
Well, analyses started taking place by Linda Howe at other laboratories, I think in the 2000s, and we got hold of it.
Back.
Yeah, we got it. I don't know, maybe 2020, something like that. So,
but whoever, if the chain of custody
we got it analyzed only a couple of years ago.
But if the chain of custody is accurate, it goes back far enough where this is impossible.
Right. And seemingly, given the effort that the Aerospace Corporation put in, they can't even manufacture this today.
Right.
in that level. So
this Roswell crash is the big one, right? That's the one that everybody knows about. And it was in 1947, Roswell, New
Right.
Mexico. And the wreckage was flown in 2 separate planes to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is unusual in and of itself. And the idea was that it's flown in 2 planes just in case one goes down, that this stuff is so important that we have to analyze it.
That's correct.
What do you think that was?
I think it was a true non-human intelligence craft that crashed. We've talked to one of my colleagues, Eric Davis, is one of my senior scientific advisors. He interviewed General Exxon, who had been head of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and so on, and also DuBose. So he's interviewed a couple of people that were involved back in those days, and they say it was a real deal, that this was a real unidentifiable crash, and these materials were really from out someplace.
And what did they say was done with the wreckage?
That had been taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for analysis.
And did anything come out of that analysis?
Not that the public would hear about.
Not that you can disclose.
Not that I could disclose.
That's where it gets frustrating. So there was.
Well, it gets frustrating even for. I mean, the compartmentalization in this area is really obscene. So you can have people sitting at this desk and someone else sitting in that chair, and
they don't have access.
I can't tell him what I'm working on. He can't tell me what he's working on, and so that's our going forward with this is very, very slow and not opportune, I would have to say. And of course, we have data. Can't go into detail. We have data about crashes in other countries. So it's really clear that we're not the only ones on the planet. So that's something to be concerned about because, for example, here we have our capitalistic competition, aerospace corporations, electronics corporations, all being very hushed up and not sharing
Which
anything.
stifles innovation.
Stifles innovation. Meanwhile, in China, you put all the labs on something like this and say, and by the way, don't say anything outside that you're not supposed to say, or you're done. And so the competition that potentially could
they're
be happening.
unhindered.
Yeah. So that's part of what's behind our not revealing what we've learned, because there might be some aspect that we've learned, which in principle you'd think, well, you could reveal, but it might be the missing piece that some potential adversary said, oh, that's what we've been missing.
Right.
So even though generally speaking, I'm of the feeling that there should be more disclosure, I'm also very tight on, anything that could be potentially helpful to an adversary in this area. We're not going to reveal. That would be a mistake. So
how do these things keep crashing if they're so good? If they can get here from somewhere else, why do they slam into the desert?
Some of them have just been left in the desert, not crashed.
Some of them.
Some of them have just.
I talked to Diana Pasolko about this.
Oh, okay.
And she refers to them as donations. She said that's how they were described to her.
Yeah. So in fact, maybe some of them are donations to help us accelerate our forward motion, or maybe they donate something here, something in China, something in Russia, and see who is best at moving forward.
Right.
Just as part of their ISR evaluation of us. I mean, let's face it. We've had, as is known in the public, we've had UFOs come over our missile silos. One at Malmstrom Air Force Base that Salas has talked about, Bob Salas, they turned off all of our missiles. So there's no way it could be launched. In Russia, there's even a worse case. They started the launch sequence in Russia at a missile silo, nuclear missile silo. And the people at the location could not stop it, could not turn it off. So they thought, World War III is about to stop. Fortunately, it was turned off. So anyway, you've got two things.
So whoever was doing that, whoever was manipulating it, turned it off.
That's right. So there's a big question: is there are two ways to look at that?
Right.
They're friendly and benign, and they just want us to know that if we get too frisky down here and think about having a nuclear war, they can stop it. Or they might not be benign, and the Armada is on its way, and they just want to test that they can stop our use of nuclear weapons against them. So it's from a security standpoint and from a DOD standpoint, from an intelligence community standpoint, you always have to have the worst scenario in your mind.
Right.
And see where you go.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine from a security standpoint, it's a nightmare because you're not secure at all. If something can fly over your airspace and you can't do anything about it, and it can shut down your missiles or turn them on. You're in a very strange situation.
That's true.
Where you're completely helpless, dependent upon the whim of these beings.
Exactly.
Or whatever their mandate is, whatever they're trying to do.
Right.
What do you think they're trying to do here?
I have thoughts going in many directions in answer to that question. All the way from, well, they seeded us here, millennia ago, and they're just seeing how their petri dish is doing.
Human beings, the product of accelerated evolution.
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, it's really hard to know. I mean, it may be that we're a very special planet because we have all this water, which generally speaking is kind of rare. So, maybe they'd like to slowly build up a connection with us so that they could take advantage of direct access to some of our resources. Don't know. By and large, interactions have not been what you might call negative. I mean, even when we shoot missiles at them or whatever. But there were a series of events in Calares Island in Brazil back in the 80s, I think it was. And as part of our program, we investigated that in some detail, where over some long period, like weeks, and the Brazilian Air Force got involved. They got 1,000 hours of film, and they put a big Air Force group down there. And the UFOs were coming over and sending out beams that were actually harming people. That's our one example that stands out of there being apparent episodes where UFOs, there's no way to interpret it but as negative. So that makes you wonder, well, maybe there's just one particular group of ufonauts that are negatively disposed, but the rest of them are okay. So anyway,
they're probably just like humans in that regard, right? There's humans that are involved in scientific research expeditions. They go there not looking to do any harm at all. And then there's humans that will go into an area where they're looking to extract resources. And all they want to do is do that. And anything that gets in their way, is casualties.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot. I mean, it's still a big area that needs a lot of look-see. And interesting enough, even though this has been a tinfoil hat crowd kind of thing up until around 2017 when that New York Times story came out, suddenly that really made a difference because the people that were coming on board that there's something real here were people like Senator Harry Reid and other senators and so on. And so that sort of broken open that, okay, there really is something here. And so as a result of that, that's how some of these programs have gotten, pushed forward and reignited.
How many of these crash crafts do you estimate there are that human beings have recovered?
More than 10.
More than 10?
More than 10.
How many of them are in possession of people in the United States?
I meant more than 10 in possession of the United States.
What about worldwide?
Worldwide?
Do we have any data on that?
We have data, but it's classified. There's no way to really talk about it.
But so there's more, though. You could safely say it's not just the ones in the United States.
Not just the ones in the United States. And these...
are they equally distributed?
More than 10.
More than 10?
More than 10.
How many of them are in possession of people in the United States?
I meant more than 10 in possession of the United States.
What about worldwide?
Worldwide?
Do we have any data on that?
We have data, but it's classified. There's no way to really talk about it.
But so there's more, though. You could safely say it's not just the ones in the United States.
Not just the ones in the United States. And these...
are they equally distributed?
I don't know for sure in terms of data. I mean, we have our best data, of course, on our own retrievals.
But more than 10 retrieved in the United States.
More than 10 retrieved.
What is your take on Bob Lazar?
Well, we looked into the Bob Lazar story, and but only from a certain relatively superficial level. Looked at we found out what his clearance levels supposedly were, and so on, which came back saying it was not high enough to be doing what he says he was doing. On the other hand, it may just simply be, it was better than that, but we didn't have the access to see that. So when I hear his physics descriptions, it's a puzzle. It seems not exactly as I would anticipate might be the technology behind the craft, but I can't absolutely write them off. So it's an enigma, and I don't have any hard data to prove one way or the other. So it's I know you've talked to him. And,
Yeah. It's a
I don't know.
fascinating puzzle.
It is a fascinating puzzle.
Because that would be the place, S4 would be the place where they would do that kind of work. I mean, if you wanted to do something like that in complete privacy and secrecy, you do it in the middle of the Nevada desert, very protected.
That's true. Right.
Outside of Area 51.
So even when people that have high clearances go and say, well, tell me about this, what's behind this? Who knows? If it's a special access program, an SAP, it might be, say, no, we're going to tell you that, he didn't do anything of significance here. In fact, he might have done something of significance. There's just no way of
Right.
telling from
Did he
from the
just
outside.
confirm that Lazar worked
Yeah.
for the government?
So the actual generator, the thing that powers the craft that Lazar talked about, what was your take on that? This idea that it was element 115, that when it encounters high radiation, it has some sort of an anti-gravitational effect, some warp
Man,
effect.
I was just telling this guy that it's like, why does your face look like my
Oh,
butthole?
it's an enigma, and I don't have any hard data to prove one way or the other. So it's I know you've talked to him. And,
Yeah. It's a fascinating puzzle.
It is a fascinating puzzle.
Because
He said he checked his clearances.
Yeah, that's what he said. So that means that
That's
he did work for the government. I mean, that's a big deal.
Puthoff would have had the capacity to check his clearances. And the other thing is that Lazar says that he was selected by Edward Teller. Edward Teller is associated with the Atomic Energy Commission. For those who don't know, Edward Teller was the father of the hydrogen bomb. And he was also got his own laboratory. Lawrence Livermore Laboratory was established outside of Los Alamos because he was in competition with Oppenheimer. Teller went to the Congress and ruined Oppenheimer's credibility, accusing him of being a communist. So the Atomic Energy Commission was basically the cover for the crash retrieval programs, as far as I can tell, before that docket fell into other agencies in the American government.
Or it was
That's
just
why,
like another branch of the same body. Like it was something else.
well, I'm not going to say this the acronym, but some of us know where the docket went to. In another case, I mean, this is what some of us do suspect.
I was just saying earlier, this I don't want to go off topic here, but this guy Joe Russo, you can see in the nest. He was just saying just that go fuck yourself, every studio exec, producer, filmmaker, and actor thinking about using AI to make movies, fuck you or whatever, right? And he in the comments, this guy was this is not going to be going away, and he was like, your AI movie is awful, by the way. And I was just like, dude, I don't know why you gotta be go out of your way to be nasty to people, right? It just
Probably so
why
it
do
gets attention right now. Troll. Just
it's like doing the
give him
whole
a boner
wine
right
and
now, probably.
cheese thing, like from South Park. He goes home and drinks some wine and trolls people online.
I don't think people.
It's not even funny or anything. It's just nasty. It's just gross,
Exactly.
I don't think people. A lot of
But I
people
mean,
debate if Bob Lazar kind of worked there, right?
no, they
Even Chris
definitely
Mellon
do.
kind
They
of said
said
that
that
he
he.
worked there, but he was doing something. He was scanning badges. Right? That's what when they talked to his
I mean,
supervisor,
Dodie
that's
says
what they
you
said.
worked there, right?
I mean, I think a lot of people would say that he never worked there and he had no credentials. Like he didn't even go to the school that he said he went to. And blah blah blah.
Oh, how
Yeah,
would
but
they
out of
know?
these guys, I mean, out of Mellon when he was on there, what did he say? He said he was there, but it was some mundane job, right? He was scanning badges. I think that's what he said.
Who knows what he's doing there? That's the ultimate question, isn't it? What did he do? There's a guy at the base there that works security. It says that he believes that he did work there, but that he worked as a disinformation agent of some kind.
I'm gonna recycle myself. I can't hear shit.
Also possible
Word.
Puthoff just lied and had it part of his prepared script because he knows that Rogan loves Lazar.
Yeah, I mean that's possible, but it's still a data point. Somebody saying just corroborating at least partially the story.
Like, how much of this is just pushing Scientology narratives red?
God, gaslighting.
It's just a little coinkydink that they all have history with Scientology, okay?
No, just no. Don't think about it.
He's itching. He's itching.
No, I don't think Bob.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
go ahead
that's
and
fine.
start again. I just wanted to make that point. I thought it was relevant.
All right. Well, I don't think any of you are real. So let's continue.
You could safely say it's not just the ones in the United States.
Not just the ones in the United States, and these
Are they equally distributed?
Actually, I don't know for sure in terms of data. I mean, we have our best data, of course, on our own retrievals.
But more
it's
than
hard to
10
say.
retrieved in the United States.
More than 10 retrieved.
What is your take on Bob Lazar?
Well, we looked into the Bob Lazar story, and but only from a certain relatively superficial level. Looked at we found out what his clearance levels supposedly were, and so on, which came back saying it was not high enough to be doing what he says he was doing. On the other hand, it may just simply be, it was better than that, but we didn't have the access to see that. So when I hear his physics descriptions, it's a puzzle. It seems not exactly as I would anticipate might be the technology behind the craft, but I can't absolutely write him off. So it's an enigma, and I don't have any hard data to prove one way or the other. So it's I know you've talked to him. And,
it's a fascinating puzzle.
It is a fascinating puzzle
because that would be the place. S4 would be the place where they would do that kind of work. And if you wanted to do something like that in complete privacy and secrecy, you do it in the middle of the Nevada desert, very protected.
That's true. Right.
Outside of Area 51.
So even with people that have high clearances go and say, well, tell me about this. What's behind this? Who knows? If it's a special access program, an SAP, it might be say, no, we're going to tell you that he didn't do anything of significance here. In fact, he might have done something of significance. There's just no way of telling from the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the actual generator, the thing that powers the craft that Lazar talked about, what was your take on that? This idea that it was element 115, that when it encounters high radiation, it has some sort of an anti-gravitational effect, some warp effect.
Well, there are two aspects. One is, what is the material or mechanisms that generate the effects? And then the other is, are the effects being described reasonable descriptions of the kind of effects you think are associated with such craft? On the element 115, as you know, in the general scientific community, we've seen element 115, but it's very short-lived. So it's hard to evaluate that, and at this point, there's no evidence that's it.
So it was we should explain to people, it was theoretical at one point until they detected it using, was it a Large Hadron Collider or another particle collider?
Right now, I think it was a particle collider in the Soviet Union or in Russia.
And it's very short-lasting.
Yeah.
But the idea is that what Lazar was in possession of, or what the craft was powered by, was some sort of a stable version of element 115.
That's what he says. So in general, it was known that and predicted that there was an island of stability, as we call it, on some of these higher elements in the periodic table that are beyond uranium and so on. But really, no data predicted as to what their lifetimes would be. And so element 115 is in that bunch. And when he first discussed it, it hadn't been seen yet.
Or this is way back in 1989.
Way back, that's right. But eventually, that element was detected, although the version of it that was detected had a very short lifetime. But of course, there may be some other isotope of that element that could have a long lifetime. Who knows? So it's just hard to evaluate. So it sits in my gray box, as I say. But his description of the anti-gravity effects and so on, that's an area that is well described as what you might expect. As it turns out, in that series of 38 papers, one of my own papers that I provided was one called Space-Time Metric Engineering. And when the pilots came to me and said, drops down, takes off, right angle turn at Mach 10, this is way beyond our physics. And I said earlier, no, I think it's not beyond our physics, beyond our engineering. But what I did on the physics level was, all of our electronics that we have here, for example, this microphone, the recording that you're making, and so that's all based on electromagnetic kinds of technologies, all of which come out of Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations, Clerk Maxwell, way back in the 1800s, developed the equations for electromagnetism, and basically any kind of electromagnetic device, you name it, Wi-Fi, whatever, can be traced back to his equations. So what I said to myself was, okay, we have these apparent craft operating with this unbelievable kinds of activity. Is there any way to account for that in our physics? Well, it turns out. So what I did, I took a sheet of paper, and the left-hand side of the paper, I wrote down all the weird effects that have been claimed. Right angle turn at Mach 10. I got close to the craft, and suddenly it wasn't the same size as it seemed to be when I was further away. It was a certain color, but when I got close to it, it was a different color. All these weird things. To me, the weirder the better, because if somebody was just making up a BS story, they want it to sound rational. So you don't come up with things like, well, I got in the craft, 5 minutes went by, I came out, and 2 hours had gone by. I mean, you're just not going to make that up. Then on the right-hand side of the piece of paper, I said, okay, we have Einstein's equations in general relativity, and we use them to talk about black hole mergers or neutron star mergers or whatever. And all these things are massively energetic events. Suppose I could engineer Einstein's equations the way we engineer Maxwell's equations for electromagnetic effects. What would I expect to see? And I find out I got a hand-in-glove match between what was claiming to be observed and what Einstein's equation, if you could engineer them. Well, why can't we engineer them? Well, what we know today is the energy density required to engineer those equations is just way beyond our ability to do so. So
Can you give me a comparison to what the energy requirements or something like that would be like?
Yeah, people have in fact, Alcubierre warp drive. I don't know if you've heard of that, but Miguel Alcubierre was a researcher in general relativity and kind of a Star Trek fan and so on. And he said, I wonder if we could really have warp drive. And so he used Einstein's equations to say, okay, under what conditions could we do a warp drive? And he actually came up with solutions from out of the equations. Okay, what would it take to drive that? Oh, it would be hundreds of times more than the energy of the sun. I mean, just out of sight energy. So, until we have a new energy source or until there's some backdoor that we haven't, zeroed in on, it's just really outside of our expertise to think of engineering.
There could be conceivably some breakthrough in an understanding of this backdoor, like whatever it could be, some new type of science, some new kind of understanding.
And one of the things that I've looked into myself as well, what about vacuum energy, so-called? As a quantum physicist, we all know that, you push a kid in the swing and it comes down and stops. But at the quantum level, you get something going, it doesn't stop. It always comes down to a certain level and it's still there. So it turns out that what we call empty space is not really empty. It's full of quantum fluctuations. And in fact, one of the difficulties of modern physics theory is that when we go by using our standard quantum theory to calculate, well, what's the energy density, like right here or way out in empty space? What's the energy density of those quantum fluctuations? It's 120 orders of magnitude greater than could possibly be according to all of our other theories. I mean, it would collapse gravity and everything else. So we have this conundrum that energy that is everywhere somehow all is random and cancels out. So, it's just not having an effect. So the idea is if you could somehow access that energy and cohere it, so to speak, maybe you could get to the energy. I mean,
what would that look like?
Well, if I go off on a weird tangent, I could tell you what it might look like. Along the way in the remote viewing program where we're kind of looking at physical effects, we decided to take a look at so-called levitating saints.
Okay.
And so, you'd think, okay, well, that's a Catholic church trying to pretend it's got these magical people and whatever. But when you dig into the data, you find that isn't it. It's that the church hated the idea that some individuals were levitating because they might be in the middle of giving mass and suddenly they, float up or whatever. So it turns out that even looking in the deep literature of the Inquisition and so on, the evidence is really solid that there have been levitating saints. And what the Catholic Church usually did is they squirreled them off into some monastery where nobody'd see them because they're
When
so.
you say levitating, like what do you mean? You mean like how
I mean,
far off the ground?
Sometimes.
Jamie's got something here. Notable example happened during a visit to Italy from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador had visited Joseph in his monastic cell and was so impressed that he wanted to return with his wife. Joseph entered the church where the couple hoped to meet him, and upon seeing the statue of Mary, elevated 10 feet into the air, flew over the crowd to the statue, prayed, flew back to the door, and returned home. The church later took depositions from a number of people who were there that day, and their stories were consistent. And the year, what year was this? 1628.
1628. So there are enough stories like that with lots of observers and the reporting under really excellent condition. Okay. Now that guy didn't have a nuclear power pack on his back. So how did that happen? Well, the only thing I can think of in terms of the physics we know today would be that somehow the vacuum energy, which can be very high if you cohered it, and if you made it non-random, maybe that could do it.
So perhaps he was able to access this with states of consciousness because he was so devout in his faith that
That's
upon
right.
seeing this, the experience was so overwhelming that he was somehow able to access this energy.
Right, and that ecstatic state is.
But it would take this extreme belief, this extreme commitment, this state of mind that's very rare.
Exactly. That's what it would take.
And you would follow that when you did the experiments with the quantum chip. You'd say, well, if someone's able to control oscillations, you're doing something with your mind that shouldn't be possible.
Right.
And you're affecting a physical thing that shouldn't be possible. And this is just someone who'd never thought of doing that before, someone who didn't know that they were going. This is a physical manifestation of the power of whatever unknown ability of the human mind.
So since it's unknown, there's no way we would know how to tap it.
Right. And if these are very unique moments where this is an extremely devout person who obviously was a monk, was probably meditating and achieving this insane state of consciousness that's almost impossible to get to unless you're committed as long as he was, unless you're as dedicated as he was, and then he has this overwhelming moment.
Right. And I have no way to, connect the physics to it. Now,
but the idea is that if there is energy that's allowing a person using their mind to do this, that somehow or another, if this energy could be accessed through science, through physics, through engineering.
We tried to look into that. For example, Andrei Sakharov, a very famous Soviet physicist, said, I don't think gravity is its own thing. I think really it's a manifestation of the underlying quantum fluctuations. And so I and some colleagues from Lockheed Martin and elsewhere kind of looked into that option. And, if we're just sitting here talking and so on, universe is full of quantum fluctuations. Why don't I notice it? On the other hand, if you talking and so on, universe is full of quantum fluctuations. Why don't I notice it?
Sorry, I just wanted to note from my personal point of view how significant this section is. It started about 1:54 on physics with Maxwell, and we're here at about 2 minutes and after the second hour. So at this point, he's talking about the technology and the connection with Lockheed Martin. So I just wanted to take it back a little bit. And personally, I wanted to underline this. We have about 47 minutes left to go, though.
Yeah, this kind of goes in line
allowing
with
a person
some of the
using
stuff
their
I've been
mind to do
hearing.
this, that somehow or another, if this energy could be accessed through science, through physics,
That's right.
through engineering.
We tried to look into that. For example, Andrei Sakharov, a very famous Soviet physicist, said, I don't think gravity is its own thing. I think really it's a manifestation of the underlying quantum fluctuations. And so I and some colleagues from Lockheed Martin and elsewhere kind of looked into that option. And, if we're just sitting here talking and so on, universe is full of quantum fluctuations. Why don't I notice it? On the other hand, if you get into your fast-moving car and you suddenly take off, you're pressed back in your seat. Well, what is it that's pressing you back? I mean, it isn't the wind. You've got a windshield and a cover. Well, there's some modeling that says, well, maybe it's because if you try to accelerate through the vacuum fluctuations, it will push back on you. So that might be our first little touch that, okay, under conditions of acceleration, we do notice the background vacuum fluctuations. Well, since to a theorist, inertia and gravity are, connected somehow, then it makes you think, okay, well, maybe there's some way of accessing vacuum fluctuations to control gravity. That's what we would like to think. And so one of the things we did in the program was just collect every bit of data that we could. So, for example, when I went through my analysis of, well, if we could engineer general relativity, what we'd expect to see, a number of things came out of it. So, for example, in this room, most of the electromagnetic energy we don't see. It's in the form of heat. And we don't see heat. If you get an infrared detector, you can see it, but we don't see heat. Well, it turns out that under the conditions in which you're controlling gravity, the way these craft appear to be doing, one of the consequences and one of the attributes that goes along with it is that frequencies get raised. And so the heat of a craft that you ordinarily wouldn't see can get raised up into the visible spectrum. And so that's why they might look so bright. That also has certain other additional consequences. That is, if it's powered up and it's sitting there on the ground and you get too close, the ordinary heat spectrum, which isn't harmful, or the visible spectrum, which isn't harmful, can be shifted up frequency into the ultraviolet and soft X-ray. So if you get too close to a landing craft that's powered up, you might get a sunburn, which is one of the things that has been reported. Or you might actually, in fact, get radiation poisoning from X-rays and so on. So those kinds of things seem to go hand in hand and give us some clues of where to look.
What is your take on the Travis Walton story?
I think the Travis Walton story is right on. I think that's a solid story.
It's a very.
I don't have any
I have a
specific.
bobblehead. It's a Travis Walton bobblehead.
Oh yes, okay.
That's him. He gave it to me.
I see.
Cool.
I know,
No,
Joe. We
think-
read it in your
I think
Scientology
all
file.
aspects that I've seen of his story, I take that as.
For people that don't know the story, I'll give you a brief synopsis or a brief breakdown of what it was. They're loggers. They're driving through Arizona. They see this craft moving through the sky, and it goes into the woods. Travis gets out of the truck, runs towards it, gets too close to it, and is hit with some sort of a beam. Flies back, falls down. The other guys panic. They take off in the truck, and as they're taking off, they're arguing that they need to go back and get him. We need to go help him. We need to go back and get him. They're all freaked out. They decide, yeah, we got to go back. So they turn around, and he's gone. They get back to the spot. The craft is gone. Travis is gone. They reported. Everyone's freaking out. No one knows. They suspect they might have killed him or something. 5 days later, Travis appears wearing the same clothes, looking none the worse for wear, with this fantastic story that they took him aboard this craft, and they communicated with him and fixed his body. That something happened to him upon the impact of whatever that ray was that hit him, that he was going to die. They repaired him, and they communicated with him and brought him back. 5 days later, he has this story, and he's had the same story for decades.
And one of the reasons I accept that story is that, for example, the other people who left the site and then went back, they eventually did polygraphs on them, and they passed the polygraphs. I mean, they weren't making up that story.
Polygraphs are manipulatable. You can manipulate.
Well, yeah, you can, but would I expect that some
unsophisticated
loggers would do
no.
it? You know,
particularly one of the guys didn't even like Travis. One of the guys, Travis, got into a fist fight with
Unsophisticated
the actual day
loggers?
of
Is
the
that what he
event.
said?
Oh, my.
Yeah, and he also told the exact same story.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
so there was a lot going on with that one.
How dare
and
you?
there had been frequent sightings in that one particular area, which is also weird. Like, what is it about certain areas? I mean, there's the area that you discussed in Australia. Well, that would kind of make sense if there really is a base somewhere. You know, and the real thought that keeps getting brought about in the zeitgeist is the ocean. That's what people bring up all the time. If you want to hide in plain
shit,
sight,
I
where would
shouldn't
you hide?
open
We
my
hide
mouth.
in 3/4 of the Earth's surface that we very rarely examine.
And the observation of UFOs coming up, or non-human intelligence craft coming up out of the ocean, they're all over the place. And
Right.
so Tim Godelay, who's ex-Navy admiral, he's a Navy admiral now retired, who was in charge of NOAA, the National Oceanographic, whatever it's called. He's really big on the idea of collecting data about UFOs emerging from the water. And so it seems like the data on that is just all over the place. Also, observing UFOs in the water, zooming by submarines at 400 knots, 500 knots, or whatever, without any cavitation. I mean, it's just really So the data, we're buried in data, really. We're just not buried in how to explain it.
Have any of these remote viewers tried to look at the bottom of the ocean?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why wouldn't they
now
do
remote
that?
viewers have zeroed in on UFOs, although it turns out not at the bottom of the ocean. Let me give you an example. But we should probably do that. I mean, since now these days I'm not involved in remote viewing programs, so maybe there are some.
But there are remote viewing programs that are still going on right now.
I would say that's likely. I mean, when you have an asset that works to some degree,
even though it's dismissed publicly.
Even though it's dismissed publicly, so even after the SRI program got shut down, and after I came out to Austin in '85 to set up Earth Tech International and the Institute for Advanced Studies in Austin, starting to pursue my physics stuff because I really wanted to pursue my physics. I didn't want to stay in looking at remote viewing forever. But I got calls from certain intelligence agency asking me if I'd be willing to set up another program in remote viewing. And so I figured, okay, I turned them down because I liked the change I had made. But so if they asked me that, chances are they asked somebody else that, and they probably got somebody to agree to do it. And from time to time, many of the remote viewers that we trained in Army INSCOM, for example, have now retired from the Army, and they're teaching remote viewing classes. And they often get tasked by somebody back in the intelligence community to check out something. I mean, they've been very prolific in, for example, detecting, say, cargo ships coming across the ocean where a certain container is full of dope.
Really?
That's been released on the CIA site about remote viewing results,
he's old
and so you can
school when
find
he
it.
says dope.
Of course, I
Zang.
tell any remote viewers I know, don't want to advertise that because you don't want cartels
Right.
putting a check on your back. So
yeah, but what I'm interested in is the possibility of things under the ocean, and I would imagine if I was running a remote viewing program and I had suspicions that there's activity under the ocean, like that craft that was seen that goes 500 knots under the water, that I would start looking under there.
I can well imagine that somebody is.
But you're just not aware of
I'm
anything.
just not aware of it. But
there's this structure that exists off the coast of California at the bottom of the ocean that looks odd, very odd. It looks very constructed. It looks man-made or intelligent in its construction. And I was just looking at something on Google Earth the other day where people are having a hard time finding it now, and they're thinking that it's perhaps obscured.
Obscured, yeah.
See if you can find that, because
I know what you're talking about.
You saw it as well.
I saw it as well, and it was certainly interesting.
It looked very weird. It looked like some sort of a base. It was flat on the top, and it looked like it had openings in it.
See, I lost your sound. Is there?
Oh, you did, Jamie? Maybe it's your headphones, or did you step on something? You hear me now?
No, I mean I just hear you through the air, but not.
We're going to take a break right now because I got to use the restroom anyway. And Jamie will fix it, and we'll be. I forget exactly where we're at, but I know where I wanted to go. Where I wanted to go is we're talking about potential sources of energy, potential sources of.
I think this is going to be a good section too. There's about 30 minutes left. I just wanted to mention that. But potential sources of energy. Anyhow, bada bing, bada boom. I think this is going to be good. We're at 2:13 right about.
All right, let's get to it, and let's debunk one more UFO. I think that somebody found
right now because I got to use the restroom anyway. Jamie will fix
the
it. We'll be right
UFO.
back. Had a little tactical snafu.
You talking about
Use the restroom.
paranormal?
Can we pause for a second? This is big.
I
This is
forget
big.
exactly where we're at, but I know where I wanted to go. Where I wanted to go is we're talking
Pause
about
it.
potential sources of energy.
Snuggles.
Potential
Please
sources
pause it,
of
Hex.
propulsion systems. How much do you consider the possibility that the things that people are seeing are ours? They're made in some top secret program using some advanced propulsion system, some advanced energy system that is not public.
Okay, there we go.
Is Kimball up here? I didn't see Kimball come up here, but did Kimball just
I
come
don't
up here?
know, but did you see what
He
Paranorma
spammed the
found?
nest and left.
Red, did you see it? You saw it, didn't you?
I want to
Sorry,
know how you
guys,
found
I
it.
had this figured out. I thought I was playing. My bad. Check.
No, we didn't want it to play because we were trying to have a little combo real quick to break it up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, I just put it in the nest. You can see our friend Paranormal there debunked the picture that Lou did it that thing today. He found the original, like where it is. Goddamn. I mean, I'm sad it's not a
Oh,
UFO,
he
but
did,
like
didn't he?
that's a wicked find. Like, good job, community, and
Everyone DM him and get him in here. I want to know how he did
yeah.
it.
Get him to DC, right? Get him a job. He could be Arrow.
Well, he wasn't the original person that found it. I think he got it from look in the nest. If you look before Kimball shared that, you can see my post where I shared before that. I think that's the original
Oh,
post.
monkey sage? No, there's a few different ones, I think. Maybe it is though.
Are they like just handing him bullshit to like usher him off the stage, or is he just not fact checking his
I
own
mean,
shit?
he literally
Like,
says it wasn't a vetted photo. He said this photo is
well,
not
what the
vetted.
fuck is he doing?
So why bring it up then?
Yeah, I
Why
don't
wouldn't
know.
he?
They just
Why wouldn't he
wanted
use
to hit
Google
all the
image on it?
bases, I guess. We wanted to have,
Nah,
a
y'all gotta
presentation. We wanted pictures. We wanted witnesses. And he's just fucking pulled up some bullshit.
after the fucking chandelier photo, dude, and then this, and he said himself that like I don't vouch for it. I didn't, and he said he just got the sign off today. Like, I don't know, man. Seems
You
on
don't know what?
purpose.
What's wrong? Oh, Charles, and you're upset about the UFO thing?
No, I'm not upset. I'm just, I didn't expect that to be real in the first place. And I was just saying that he said it wasn't vetted, so he wasn't like, this is a UFO, But why bring it? Why bring it up? Why show it in the first place? Is a very good point. And it doesn't really make sense. It's
And
just
then
a
we
dumb
got to go
move, maybe.
further too. Is it like the last one where he was telling people he interviewed the pilots? Because I think, maybe I'll play it again, or maybe Logan could play it. But he said a pilot gave it to him. I'm pretty sure. And now we're clearly seeing those are like two things on the ground. So like, did somebody lie to Lou, or is he just making that shit up too? And if so, why?
Astral had posted that
Because he's
34
pushing his
minutes ago.
narrative. Who did?
Astral posted larger. It's a different picture, but it shows the same area. It's from 35 minutes ago now.
Oh, okay.
Photos are never good pieces of evidence, so you need video at the very least. And even video is not a good, source of information. Video has to be accompanied by like multiple different types of sensors and shit to be worth anything.
Holding up random photos
Exactly.
at a hearing like
So
that is just like
pointless.
comedy at this point. Unless you're just trying to discredit yourself for being handed bullshit. No, if Twitter can vet it, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It took less than 4 hours or something for people on here to do it, but they're just handing Lou that. It makes no sense.
It's showing his age.
Is
Yeah,
it
they're just out of
that?
touch, aren't they?
Maybe it was purposely. Maybe he's trying to fucking discredit the whole thing secretly. I don't know. I mean,
On Jolly came in here the other day and said that she was told that basically directly that he is doing that and he's part of an active operation. And it wasn't just something that she had a hunch on or the person who told her had a hunch about. The person who told her she said was in the know and that it's an active thing and it's going on right now. And she named
it'd be
Lou.
definitely a very subtle way to do it. Effective way to do it.
Oh yeah, whose face was that? Was that
Can you play it real quick if
Zena's?
I send it to you?
Same lady that got
Uh,
everyone together for an alien
yeah.
tunnel that
Oh,
didn't exist.
yeah. Dude, you know what? It's also I wanted to like bring Steve back. Remember her friend Steve that supported all that stuff? Talk about like the time wizards at the CIA. Like I love that
Oh,
story.
dude, I heard he's only psyoping people in the Signal group chats these days. But I just thought, Logan, fuck, bro. If Lou is really going this route, dude, our haters are gonna go so fucking schizo, dude.
Why?
Because every time we like are proven right about any little thing, they like kind of have a little crash out.
Oh right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. But Lil Zondo's like reaction to former Arrow guys, whatever his name is, right? I thought that was pretty actually hilarious. Wasn't it pretty good? His reaction to that guy who was the head of Arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy said it's good too.
Oh, is that what the Arrow guy said was good?
Yeah, I'm leaning like not fucking with these guys. Even Grush, dude. I'm like, what are you doing, Grush?
What do you mean? Just not being around, being absent?
Yeah, I'm on that side too.
Like just being sketchy about the whole thing, being
Like,
weird.
don't talk about it, be about it,
Like, being
bitch.
weird. And then what did Homeboy say? Let's see.
They left a fucking dead horse's head in his bed, like some Godfather shit.
Did they?
No, I'm just fucking around.
Wait,
I'm
what?
gonna say, and I'm already getting tired of that shit too, bro. Bring some fucking evidence. Fucking Morgan Lerner's brought forward fucking whistleblowers with evidence and hard data and actual threats and reprisals against people, like all these mythical threats and shit. Like, and we already have evidence of fucking Lou lying about that and Danny Sheehan being like, Lou blew that out of proportion. I don't know. I'm just getting tired of these fucking people, dude.
Moran Lerner brought forward whistleblowers. I didn't know
I mean,
this.
like,
I think I'm
Fravor has
losing my
been
mind.
gone this whole time too. He did like one interview or something after the hearing, and then he hasn't been seen for years after that. You know, he's one of the high-profile witnesses. So where the fuck is he at?
Embarrassed.
Hey, Panda, I have a question.
Ivan Hanel,
Sorry, go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I have a question for Panda. Okay, so regarding this photograph, so now when TTSA did their initial presentation in 2017, wasn't like a background or something on that screen a balloon?
Yeah,
Chris
that happened
Mellon.
too. Yeah.
That silver, what was it, like a party balloon or some bullshit?
Okay, so there's that. Then there's the chandelier. Then there's this. Was there a fourth?
The Batman that they gave to the debris.
The what?
They got a balloon issue. Yeah, that Batman balloon. I think the debris back in like 2021.
I've got
There's been a lot of balloon stuff they
videos.
leaked out.
There's this whole general roll
Well,
too. I feel like you
yeah.
kind of count that in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying. I mean, at a point when we have 3 instances of inaccurate photographs, I mean that does definitely generate some questions.
Oh yeah, and he even said he got it today, and he can't vouch for the veracity of it. So like, why even show it here?
I just received permission today to share this with you. It is a lenticular object, and when you look at the shadow being cast, it is significantly large. This is an altitude of 21,000 feet. Taken by a civilian pilot. Now, why is this important? I'll pass this around.
Fucking gullible asshole.
I'll pass this around. Here, everybody have
It's taken from a civilian pilot.
Yeah, you too, over here.
Right? Not a FLIR system, not an infrared system, but an average person with an average camera at 21,000 feet. And the object potentially is anywhere between 600 to 1,000 feet in diameter. It's a lenticular object, and it is silver. Now, I cannot vouch for the veracity of this photograph. I didn't take it. But this is an example of one of, I cannot vouch for the veracity of this photograph. I didn't take it. I cannot vouch for the veracity of this photograph. I didn't take it.
Oh, okay. So Panda, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, like I said, so especially in such an important forum as publicly in Congress, but with the details, 21,000 feet and all that. I mean, I have no idea why you would take a chance and do that. So, anyways, yeah,
Remember, the chandelier wasn't that long ago. Like
right?
what? Probably
No,
6-7 months now.
right. And anyway, so yeah, I mean, I think 3 times, I guess you'd have to say. And then in this particular situation, without betting, I don't know. Wow. Okay. Anyway, I'm done.
Actively saying that you can't vouch for it. Like, what's the point of even bringing it up? Like, no one forced you to
that?
do it. No one was expecting it. You know what I mean?
Like, why would
There's
he
so
not
Lou's
many.
not
bet?
an idiot, right?
There's just
Like he's
so
not an
many
idiot.
other things
No.
that he could have used, like videos. There's like more famous photos he could have used, like anything, and he chose that. So
Archie,
it's
what's
very
your read?
suspicious.
No, I was just saying, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, didn't he sit there and say that before he showed anything else to us after the chandelier incident, that he would vet and make sure that it was legit? I'm like, it doesn't make any
Great point.
sense.
I need to go dig that up.
Yeah, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And it makes me question everything because if he's doing that and he's connected to Barber, or he's okay with Barber, like vouching for him, like, yeah, okay. And then for Grush, and I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're pulling. Like, it just
Do you
doesn't make any
remember?
sense.
Do you remember Fred speaking up for the chandelier incident so vehemently, saying that he knew people behind the scenes that had a bigger image, that what we were all seeing was clipped, and that he was saying that there was no reflection. He was outside on the balcony, and he's had confirmation of the area and all this stuff. And you know what? What if Fred did what he did because he's under orders to disrupt this community?
To do with that. I think even Lou said that the video
Fred
was
did what he
bullshit.
did because he's a fucking psycho.
Exasperating sigh.
No, I actually keep that on the table, God sauce. If you look at his timeline, and I've mapped a lot of this shit out, the dates that people do shit and shit. Like these people they're working in unison, and his shit always lined up with their other group at certain
I'm
times.
a
So.
pattern guy, man. Always have been. And when I get a whisper in my intuition of like this matches up, I pay attention to that. I've learned to over time.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Lou, dude, like, it's so unnecessary, and I feel like it's I don't know, kind of stole the show. Like, what is everyone's second most memorable part of the thing today?
Probably when he asked him if he could confirm the Wilson Davis menu report or whatever. It was like,
Who asked who that?
Lou asked Eric Davis that.
And what did he say to that? I should
I'm
probably
gonna have
keep
to
that
go
one.
back and listen to exactly what he said because he went off on his like long tangent after the question was asked. So I don't know. I'm gonna need to re-listen to exactly what he said after that.
I bet you though, this is probably like Kelly Chase's like all of a sudden being all vocal, even though shit's been really calm compared to like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
He did go off and start talking about crash retrievals, which is what the report was about. So it sounded like to me he was confirming its legitimacy.
He literally showed us a picture of the
Put that
field,
clip up in the
guys. Just let that sink in first. Like, someone showed him a picture of his field and said, "Go present this to the public." Like, maybe it was done to him too, right? Like, fuck. He obviously didn't fact check his own stuff, or we wouldn't be here. But I'm just saying, somebody gave that to him and said, "Run with it."
Look at this exchange from Chris Ramsey, new guy on the scene who just got, I think, like a 2 million view interview with Lou. And then Kelly Chase, she has me blocked, so I'm gonna put his up there. But he put the two photos side by side. He said it seems like a match. Oh well, on to the next one. And then Kelly Chase says, "I like Chris's attitude, but I'm sure we should be saying but I'm not sure we should be saying on to the next one. At what point does it become okay to ask the obvious questions about exactly why and how this keeps happening? Because I have serious questions." Chris Ramsey, I just put it in the debunk basket and move on. Too many people crying over spilled milk. Yeah, see, dude, that's what they got to do. They always got to do it to pacify that they're actively part of it. Oh, you
Well, they're
guys
in
are
the
just crying.
process of making content as it
Yeah, you're
falls
just
apart.
crying over
So
fucking spilled milk, guys. I just made fucking 10 grand off this guy spilling bullshit to my audience. Like, you're just crying over spilled milk, bro. Who cares that like we're actively being made to look like clowns at very important moments, right? Who cares? I got 10K in the fucking bank account off this interview
Yeah,
with no
but
hard
the
questions,
the
bro.
people the people who are like, why does this keep happening? It's like, no, you just go ahead and get on to the debunking and figure it out, and you don't wait for official people to answer these kinds of things. I think that's the wrong way to go.
So then she said to the spilled milk thing, and I'm just gonna read the Chris Ramsey thing because it's funny. I just put it in the debunk basket and move on. Too many people crying over spilled milk. Kelly says, crying over spilled milk implies that people are being emotional over something trivial. It's not trivial. This is the second time that Lou has presented an easily debunked image as authentic. I'm not suggesting that people jump to accusations, but it's not rational or responsible to not ask questions about it. Fun. She knows something else, dude. The shit she's been saying, she knows some other shit too, I feel
She's
like.
aligning herself with truth, though. So whatever she knows that, I'm assuming she knows that it's best to speak truth. And I do feel like that's what she's doing. She's speaking her truth.
She's trying to get points on the board before something else drops, I think,
Well,
that she knows
at
about.
some point you have to be like, what are we doing here, guys? Right? And something could have motivated that. Maybe.
Mind you, how many people that are like, spilled milk, blah, 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 were just 2 days ago being like, Ashton's a retard. Let's move on because Ross Coulthart told us. Like, you know what I mean? But this is...
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to mute.
What do you think, Logan? Is
About
Lou
what?
doing this on purpose?
I mean, the fake UFO thing? No, he's just out of touch and old and dumb. I mean, like, why? I don't know. I think it's very like personal, like human, like a character flaw kind of reason he's doing it. I don't think there's like any kind of like official like mission or task he has to like look like an idiot or something. You know,
What's even worse,
so that's gonna be a shitty job to look.
if he was running ATIB and that's what they were doing, like how many crops
You better
how many
believe it.
crops and circular formations are there in this fucking file and balloons and shit? It's just getting weird. But yeah,
A lot.
I don't know.
But there's a
It
lot.
seems like a bullshit storm. Like every April or whatever, they're like 10 days late from last year's Jason Sand bullshit storm. Now they got Hal and Jerry. I don't know.
What point do we say, like, why can Jason Sands not share any of his records with Black Vault, but he shares it with Angela Maggard and UFO Sarah?
Right.
Like, are we allowed to say that's a little weird?
It is UFO week, right? Is that actually a thing?
I think next week.
Crickets. Interesting.
It's UFO week? Damn. Forgot. All right. I gotta get my stuff together. All right. What's the deadline? Is there a deadline? Can we sneak into UFO week on the outside? You know, set up a
I
stand,
like UFO
sell
week
street
or
food.
UFO Twitter after dark, right? So then you do the after dark spaces and then you just kind of tag along without being a part of the official thing. It's like the secret after party, you know?
I'm sorry to all the
The
free energy
Renegades
fans,
suck.
but in my opinion, Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff are in like the same basically kind of liar boat as fucking Lou. They're just like a little nerdier and like not like fucking bro about it, I feel like. But I feel like
It's all right.
we're listening to Hal fucking yeah.
I'm a free energy fan. The thing
It
is,
just gets him
I
like
don't need them for the reality of it. Like we've got it from Chinese and Russians. It goes 100 years back. It connects all over the place. It's like independently verifiable.
Like Hal's
It's just the
literally been
fact that
involved
they
in other companies around free energy that like scam people, right? Like InterNASA and whatnot. You familiar with that whole saga?
What company is that?
The Joe Firmage stuff that they were doing basically right before 2017. They did like another TTSA and like they got this guy who like had like a perpetual motion machine and yeah, it's like just look at the history of all these people. I just recommend before you put your hopes into any of them.
I feel like
Yeah, but
this.
then
Just
I
simply
would
putting
also
it.
say things like perpetual motion machine is like one of those words that's been used like UFO that means a slander against like some kind of not real potential. It goes against science. It's not true. It's easily defeatable when the exact opposite is the case, that it's actually you can have over unity coefficient of performance. You can have more out than in. Like all that stuff is actually very true. And so it's simply the fact that Hal Puthoff is talking about that in the
Overunity.
formalism. You
Well, I
know,
mean, I feel like what he's
that
talking
makes it, you
about.
know,
I've talked about this, or I haven't talked about this, but I've heard people talk about this. Where if you're tapping into this quantum energy field, it's completely stable and safe. So like, whatever demand you put on it with the technology is going to meet that demand, no matter what. And that would explain like how they're able to mess around with these levels of energy without like, blowing themselves up, because they're not generating any energy. They're tapping into an omnipresent energy that's always there. So it's completely stable. Um,
Okay, I want to disagree. You're right in key, but it is highly dangerous. There's a lot of danger. Shielding is important, but I don't want to get into a physics discussion at the moment. Whenever you guys are ready, though, do let me know. And we have 30 minutes left where it's dealing with energy, which is of interest to me, but everybody can believe whatever they want to believe.
I got to ask you this, Dave. You still awake, Dave?
Yeah, I'm listening, man.
How full of shit do all these people sound?
Which ones?
All of them.
I mean, okay, I'll be honest. Hal Puthoff lost me when he said there might be a stable isotope of 115. It's moscovium, right? So there's 5 stable isotopes for it. We know that. So the most stable, I think, is 298, and that lasts for like no time because of beta decay. And there's something called the Pauli exclusion principle, which when you take that into account, you know that you can't have an infinite number of neutrons in a nucleus of an atom. We just know that because they can't occupy the same quantum space. So this all plays in combination with the weak force, into why we have beta decay and why we have beta particles. Anyway, I'm kind of going off on a tangent. The bottom line is that I thought that was weird that Hal Puthoff said that about there being stable isotopes. I'm not going to question his credentials. I just thought it was a strange thing for him to say. I guess you can't really write anything off, but how many neutrons does it take to make a stable form of moscovium? I don't know. I don't think Hal knows either. I don't think anybody knows, but uh, it's almost like people just are afraid to call anybody out, because if you call somebody out, like let's say you called out what's his name, the guy who said what he said about 115 originally,
Bob
Bob
Lazar.
Lazar. If you call him out and you say, well, everything that Bob Lazar said is bullshit, then what that does is it calls into question the credibility of anybody's story about anything to some degree, right? So I feel like in order to keep this going, people are afraid to do that. And that makes me feel like, what are you hiding? Like, if you can't call out a charlatan, is it because you're protecting your own interest? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But you just asked for my opinion. That's my opinion.
I like it. You always have a different take, and that's always appreciated. Also, another take I just saw was that China is now blaming the U.S. for the origin of COVID. How do you feel about that one?
Wait, what? They're blaming the U.S. for the?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's their soft way of. They probably know that will help destabilize our culture further, but that's their soft way of admitting that it did come from the lab. The lab was U.S. funded, and I mean, unless they're saying that no, we released it over there. I mean, them's fighting words, but whatever. I mean, all that stuff is just political fodder to me. It's nonsense. So I don't give a shit where the virus came
Yeah,
from
I
at
mean,
this point.
I know you have a very personal take about it, so I thought maybe you might be have a really interesting,
Yeah, I mean,
response to
would I
that. But
like
yes,
some
go.
accountability for the thing that ruined my life? Sure. I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I just wanted to get fixed, So.
Dave, what do you think about the Lou photo discussion?
Oh, which one?
That he's got like 2 easily debunked photos in a short period of time, and like there's really no need to include this one
Is one of
at
them
the thing today.
Is one of them the one on the ground with the irrigation thing, or am I thinking?
That was one from today that even he said when he was presenting that he doesn't know the veracity of it and he can't vouch for it, but he still like presented it in front of these Congress people.
I think this is an example of how charlatans they don't care how they look to the people who don't believe them. They're only here to sell bullshit to the people who do. So there's no shame in the game. You know what I mean? Like, Lou knows that that's not it, but he knows that this will drive the conversation and it'll push his book sales and push his relevance and shit. Again, my opinion, but yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that actually. I think he did think that, didn't he? He thought it would drive book sales and shit, but he's too dumb to like realize,
I don't
Yeah.
think he's that dumb. Like, I don't think he believes that is UFO. Like, I don't. I think that it's just a grift, and he knows that if he does this, it's going to amount to more for him. It doesn't matter. and all the.
But how does it amount to more for him if it makes him look like he's dumb? You know what I mean?
Well, there's a number of people out there that are going to believe it no matter what, because they're already on the team. You know.
Nah, I don't think. Nah, for this one in
You think
particular,
this is you think this is a little too far?
Yeah, this one was like way out
It
there
could be.
for sure.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
I mean, he should just know that things like that are not data, like shareable data that's worth anything. It just doesn't seem. I don't feel like he's that dumb. Like it seemed
He's not.
calculated to me.
So yeah,
No,
direct
he thought it
perceptions.
was
Hey, direct
fucking
perceptions.
hilarious. I bet he thought it was hilarious.
Yeah,
to
I bet
share
you
that.
there is a fucking weirdo, like, yeah, fetish element to it. Like he gets off on, not like literally like jacking off or something, but like, I think he does get like a rush from this bullshit that he does.
He literally said, "I can't vouch for this, and I'll take it." Yeah, take a copy of this. He was like, it was so funny, like listening to him.
Who is this
Like,
source
Jesus.
that he trusts so dearly to keep giving him these pictures that we all come to the consensus that it's not a UFO? Like, that person, like, he needs to take it up with that person, not the people that are calling out these debunks, right?
Like in the
So,
same way, we'll have a year, right, where we're explaining to all of his friends and writing to him about King Milkfart specifically, right? And then like that guy will get his account deleted and he'll follow it like right away. I think he like he likes to like fuck you. You know what I mean?
I mean, he could have showed the like Beaver Creek UFO footage. That is just nuts, in my opinion, and that would have made people's jaw drop. You know, that's this one video. There's like a lot of like really good UFO stuff out there he could have used some random photo that he couldn't even vet, that like could easily be mistaken for, this is obviously like an optical illusion. Like, I don't know, it's just.
And if Kelly Chase is listening on a burner, someone who knows her, don't let their salami tactics. Look it up. It's on purpose. You're saying the same shit I've been saying. I know.
Hey, it sounds like there might be a larger conversation that wants to be happening. I'm wondering, just curious, are you guys interested in jumping back shortly to the interview, or is
Yeah,
it
go for
maybe
it.
move past it?
Yeah, for sure.
No, really, like no. I just wanted to know.
No,
like,
go for it, because
I
these
think
guys
we're
all
good now.
these guys are all the same circle. So.
yeah, I think we're good now. We got out the little thing we needed to get out.
And honestly, this interview is like adding to it too for me. With yeah, they're all the same circle, bro. And in my opinion, there's been quite a few misrepresentations of truth in this interview, and I'm sure we're going to hear more. So
Yeah.
let's get it.
No, hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, there's a couple of people here that are up here that we still haven't even like heard from yet. I still wanted to hear from them too. Like
Okay,
Direct
my bad.
Perception and Margie. I still wanted to say what's up to, and Tom as well. Like, what do you guys think? What's going on? Yeah, I mean, if you guys are, got any takes, feel free to share them.
It's all disinformation.
All right, now back to the show. All right.
Yeah, I didn't see any hands. That's why I said we should continue. But throw up a hand if anyone wants to speak, and then we'll stop it and we'll talk. Yeah.
Maybe real physics at some point, but I don't want to interrupt you guys.
All right. Is Hex up here? Yeah, Hex is up here. Hex is on mute currently.
Yeah. Would you like to continue? I was just asking if you wanted to continue. It sounded like no, so I was waiting.
Yes, please, Daddy. Continue.
Oh yeah. Let's get her going. Unless someone else has something to add, we can get going. Yeah.
Take a break right now because I got to use the restroom anyway. And Jamie will fix it, and we'll be right back. Had a little tactical snafu. Use the restroom.
See, look at even Joe's bullshit meter
so
was going up.
I forget exactly where we're at, but I know where I wanted to go. Where I wanted to go is we're talking about potential sources of energy, potential sources of propulsion systems. How much do you consider the possibility that the things that people are seeing are ours? They're made in some top secret program using
Oh no.
We may have some pretty fancy things running from our own labs. I know that what gets developed in the dark labs, some of which I know about, are really advanced, but it just can't cover the whole observation that we're seeing with what we call NHI craft, non-human intelligence craft.
But do you think that some of this stuff has been back engineered from these non-human crafts?
Some of the materials, I would say, yes. I think we've got some. It's out on the web these days. That, for example, Battelle Institute has supposedly were given some materials from the Roswell crash, and we always hear the descriptions of this foil that you could crumple up and then you let go and it just flattens out again and so on. So material of that type was provided.
I just wanted to note this example is nitinol. It comes up in his ultra-terrestrial model paper. He says to look at Battelle for the development of nitinol as a key to a hidden elite hypothesis. But that's for what it's worth.
I mean, nitinol doesn't behave that way, though. So it might have been something else. It's just some kind of memory metal, I guess. Which,
And JD Vance is on the Battelle payroll too. So your vice president comes from the legacy program, maybe, or at least influenced by it.
Dude, before I forget, Dad says all the time that like you can't use remote viewing for to make a buck or whatever, right? You can never guess numbers, right? Because they like don't really exist or whatever. But wasn't Hal just saying a little while ago that they did exactly that?
The silver features, I think they're.
Yeah, I was making some dog food at the time, but it sounded like that's what they were saying. I thought, is it?
Well, yes, they're okay. Just I'll give you a brief history. All right, so there was they were developing. He mentioned, what's his name, Swartz, doing the archaeological viewing. Well, Stephen Schwartz also initiated, and a lot of people began working on what's called associative remote viewing. I'll post a link literally to the Bible on associative remote viewing so that you can look at it. In a nutshell, what it is this. They could say, if such and such a product is going to go up, sketch a picture of a bird in a tree, and they'll have a picture of a bird in a tree. Then they'll try to find as far opposite as possible another picture, which would be, if this product is going to go down, draw a World War II tank. Okay. And over the course of that, they're not getting specific numbers, specific amounts. They're just looking for up and down trends. And a lot of people get good at ARV. I've done some ARV. And what happens is, if you have a group of people and 10 of them pick a sketch of World War II tank, then you might say that it's going to go down. And so by using a method similar to that, that's what they're doing. They're not actually looking at specific numbers. So I'll post the book. It's very well researched. It's contributed to by some of the best ARV viewers and knowledgeable people, and then you can just check it out for yourself. But that's how they did it.
Hey, is there a Dr. Boyd here? 'Cause someone in the comments said, I'm here for Dr. Boyd. His work has been extremely interesting, says Michael the Cosmic Paladin. But yeah, I don't recognize that Dr. Boyd. If anyone does. Is that Michael Boyd?
Paging Dr. Boyd. Paging Dr.
Boyd
Boyd.
Bushman, another Lockheed engineer, but probably
right.
not present.
Dufresne.
I also
pardon,
wanted to
Dufresne?
respond.
Dufresne. pardon.
Somebody mentioned that nitinol did not interact like that, and I would like to push back that yes, indeed it does. It is a shape memory alloy, and if you listen to his connection with it, he mentions in this interview Battelle and describes a kind of metal that has a shape memory. Nitinol, it's a nickel titanium or whatever, but it was developed in the 1960s. What he doesn't mention, which is key, I think. I think this might be a bingo. This isn't an investigative space, but I actually think I've caught up a lie and evidence pointing towards early or
Well, I
human
mean, that only
development. But
its
in his,
springback property is only initiated through if you apply heat to it. So you couldn't
well,
just
that's
set it down
fine.
on
I
a
mean,
table. You have to literally put like really hot water or induct electricity through it for it to spring back to its original shape.
well,
So
it's
whatever
not
he's
so far
describing is
removed
not
from a
nitinol.
shape memory. What other shape memory thing do you think he's discussing? I mean, I'm saying that he's
That's
discussing a shape
obviously
memory
something.
alloy.
Yeah, it is a memory metal, like I said, but it's not nitinol. Nitinol is different. It behaves different.
Well,
So it's some kind of
I'm connecting it.
metamaterial.
Let me read this. Let me read this here. The reason I'm saying that is not for my own mind. It's according to Hal Puthoff's testimony. It says suddenly in the late 40s or early 50s, without clear precedence in the known. This is his ultra-terrestrial model paper. Look to UFO-related research institutes like Battelle of concentrated development of new high-strength materials like nitinol. And so he's drawn the connection with Battelle and a shape memory alloy. I don't think it's a coincidence. And I think that, yeah, you could say there's a different way of interacting with it that's best, but to say that he's not talking about a shape memory whenever he says this.
Has
That's not what I
supposedly
was saying.
were
I'm sorry, I
given
must have
some materials
misunderstood you.
from the Roswell crash, and we always hear the descriptions of this foil that you could crumple up and then you let go and it just flattens
Hey,
out
real quick,
again
hey,
and so
Mr.
on.
Hex, we gotta put a break real
So
quick.
material of that type was.
We forgot about we still have a hand up that I want to make sure we get to before we started the thing back up.
And
So
to vote on
pause
my
that
poll, I put a
that audio.
feminist.
Yeah, Dan. So what's up, Dan? Sorry about that.
Hey Logan, what's going on, bro? Thank you. I just wanted, I think it was you that was talking
Oh, what
about
up, Dan?
with direct. I think you were talking about the silver or the making money process with the remote viewing, right? That's what you were talking
Yeah.
about. It was a bet. They actually they had worked with an investor. I listened to Russell Targ talk about it in a lecture. I got to find the video on YouTube somewhere. It was a bet that they had placed, and what they did was they worked it out with the investor. That the investor was like, "Fine, if this is real, then you want X amount of money, you'll make the money through the remote viewing." So they were like, "Bet, whatever." So they made him money, and by making him money, they got funding for their shit. So pretty cool.
You'll catch Dan on my stream tomorrow. Drone recap. Him, Omer, and Becky out in Florida. It's gonna be dope.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Oh shit, all three? Hell yeah.
Yeah,
All
dude.
right, let's go. Yep. Anyone else, real quick, before we go? Anyone? All right. And Mr. Hex, you can feel free to start her back up. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Was provided to Battelle, and they worked on it for some years to try to see if they could reproduce it. And the claim is that, and it's in the public domain, that nitinol came out of it, which is that material that can be heated and then it'll reform into its original source. It doesn't exactly reproduce the effect you saw, but some of it is kind of in the direction of that. And it turned out that some of the main material engineers that worked on that, at their deathbed, they told their relatives that they were working on pieces from the Roswell crash, and they made some progress, but not a lot. You can look that up on the internet and see that that's the case. Is part of the limitation this thing that we're discussing earlier about compartmentalization and the lack of ability of other scientists to get access to this material so they can collaborate? Yes, the compartmentalization, I would say, is the biggest impediment to making really good progress. For sure. I think that's the case. And this conundrum has sort of existed for quite a long time. Quite a long time. This is something decades. Also in line with what Bob Lazar said. Bob Lazar said the big frustration when he was working, he was tasked with trying to figure out the propulsion system, but he had no access to the metallurgists. He had no access to anyone else that was also working on similar things. And he's like, science just can't progress this way. It needs to be collaborative. Absolutely right. That's 100%. And it's even worse than you would think. I mean, one of the stories that I ran into was a corporation
had materials from crashes in their basement. They couldn't even bring them up to the top floor for their own scientists to look at because it was so compartmentalized. And so that was part of the deal where we said, okay, well, give them to us, and then we'll come in the front door and give them to your scientists. And we won't say it came from your basement, and we won't say what it had to do with. And, maybe that would work. That got shut down. So it was so compartmentalized. So compartmentalization is really a death knell on much of this stuff. As I go back to my teller story, more collaboration, even though there are faults that can happen and material can leak out, and information can leak out, and that might help an adversary. Still, I think more openness would be a better idea.
Oh, for sure. Well, definitely for you and I who are fascinated by this thing.
Right.
What have you had a personal experience with anything that you can't explain?
No, actually, haven't.
So for you, it's
I mean, one time I saw what appeared to be a satellite make a right angle turn, so that falls into that kind of category. But who knows? Who knows what it was?
Right.
So no, I haven't.
Nothing profound.
Nothing profound.
So you've never been hopped in a jet and flown to the wreckage and had a chance to look at things?
No, haven't.
God, don't you want to?
Well, I sure would like to do that. But
Yeah.
that's still. We had this discussion earlier about for example, in the remote viewing or quantum entanglement, or what's going on that in our physics that we don't understand, that these kinds of things can be happening. And you'll be interested to know that someone John Paul DeGioia, and I are in partnership to explore a new means of communication, quantum communications. And so I'm actually now at this point directly involved in a program to examine quantum communications. And so it turns out that whereas ordinary electromagnetic communications, can't get through barriers, metal door or whatever. Well, why is that? It's because the electromagnetic signal, when it gets to the metal door, the electric and magnetic field generate counteracting effects, and so the signal can't get through. So it turned out that some years ago, when I was digging around to try to find out how to
Cut out.
We lost Hex.
Check.
Someone needs to show that picture to AI so it can correct its answers from now on.
They